All right, the hour of 6:30 has arrived. I'd like to call to order this business meeting of Urbana School District 116. Roll call, please.
Member Hall?
Here.
Member Orr?
Here.
Member Ogalski?
Here.
Member Carter is here. Vice President Exum?
Here.
And President Pulaski.
Here. Are there any corrections, additions, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, we'll move into citizen statements. We've received several citizen statements online, which I will read.
Just thought about that. Should we have the student artwork move that up so they don't have to sit for an hour?
Yes.
Oh,
The
sure.
presentation of the
Sorry.
student
With the board's discretion, we'd like to move the presentation of artwork ahead of the citizen statements, just so that they don't have to sit through what's bound to be a long number of readings here. So,
Amend the motion.
okay.
Second.
Move that.
Accommodations and recognitions being moved up.
Yep.
All right. So we'll start off tonight with commendations and recognitions and student artwork.
That would be. So we'll invite Ms. Charukian forward. I know she has some students with her and they have some wonderful pieces of art to share with us. You have to turn until it turns the screen.
Push it once and then let it pop. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay, hi. It's been a minute since I've been here. This is a piece of art by Aiden Lemming, and she's a 5th grader at Yankee Ridge. She could not be here tonight, so Devin Clay is our art teacher at Wiley and Thomas Paine. This is a monochromatic water painting, not a watercolor.
Hi, my name is Ellie Zimmer. I am the art teacher at DPW, and this is Victor. He's a 5th grader, and he did a oil pastel dragon eye. All right, so I'm gonna go around and show everyone.
And this is Lillian McDonough, and she's from Lille. She's 4th grade, and this is a collage that she did with Mrs. Satterthwaite.
Hi, I'm Devin Clay. I'm the art teacher at Wiley and Thomas Paine. This is Mila Hopkins, 1st grade. She did a flower mobile. She was unable to attend today, but she did great work. All right, and this is from Thomas Paine, China Davis, who's a 5th grader. She did a paper weaving project of flowers.
And our last one's from King School. This is Abdullah Inyant, and she is a, I'm not sure, they're 5th grader at King, and 5th grade. And looks like a drawing, chalk pastel. Thank you.
Is that her at the door?
shading.
So Martha, can you explain where those go? Okay.
Thank you for catching that. Thank you for catching that.
Oh, that's what you do.
There you go. I'll go with here. Oh, China is here. Can we?
Great job.
China, do you want to come up?
That's great.
So this is China from Thomas Paine.
This is China. Okay. Okay, we started doing this a few decades ago, 3, I think. Every year well, except for the last 2, we choose a piece of art from each school, have it framed, and then it hangs in central office for a year, and then we give it back to the student. So this is our way of thanking the board for having fine arts in our district. We have 15 FTE in fine arts now, which is the most we've ever had. I want to thank International Galleries for their wonderful framing. They always do a great job for us, so huge thank you to International Galleries at Lincoln Square. Okay, so instead of me talking, I made a movie. So here's my movie. I'll turn off the mic. And there's no sound in the beginning.
Thank you all for everything you do. I love our finance program. Before we progress any further, I'd like to make a quick public service announcement. If you happen to park in anything except for the parking spaces facing our building and along the back creek, they're not owned by the district, and you may be towed. You probably will be towed because so just letting you know. Do you want to do the other?
Yeah.
Sorry. So the other accommodation we have tonight is our unsung heroes. I guess Larry.
Okay.
All right. So I guess we could wait on that. So moving on to citizen statements, there's a pile of them. I will try to read these as adroitly as I can. Yeah, please. First is from Gina Soli. As a lifelong Urbana resident, I am writing to ask some questions about a decision being considered by the school board regarding dual language. Consolidation of the dual language program into a single school appears to be a form of segregation. Both the dual language students and the monolanguage students will lose out with this arrangement. We disagree strongly with the decision to consolidate dual language programs and bus more children. Neighborhood schools should be preserved. Next is from Caitlin Clark. Hello. I appreciate your attention to my previous comments regarding the USD 116 recommendations regarding the dual language program. I want to reiterate that I do not support moving the DL program to a whole building model. I support keeping the program in the strand model. I believe that it is important for our community, our neighborhood, and for the mental health of our affected kids. I am particularly frustrated by the choice to exclude the monolingual families at both Leal and DPW who would be directly affected and had no voice in the recommendation process. To date, few of the families in my kids' classes have any idea about the proposal when I mention it to them. For the record, I chose to keep my children at Leal in the Leal monolingual track, not because I didn't want the DL program, but because of the amazing monolingual teachers at Leal. We made the difficult decision to move across the country from Los Angeles after I was hired 2 weeks prior to the university semester start in 2019, but I felt good about that choice because we were fortunate to find a rental in the Leal neighborhood and knew my kids would be able to learn from Jody Miller, La Donna Helm, Bridget Maloney, and the other amazing Leal teachers. Later in 2020, my husband and I chose to buy a house specifically because of Leal and the ability to walk to school and to walk to work. As a one-car family, these decisions were heavily impacted by Leal being a neighborhood school with a diverse student body and with interactions with the DL students, even if my kids were not in the DL program. We could have stayed at a top-ranked elementary school in Chino Hills, but we chose Urbana. I wanted to add that I was disappointed by the behavior at the board meeting on May 3rd. Families received the agenda with information that DL would be discussed on both the 3rd and the 17th. I would hope future agendas are adhered to in order to provide sufficient time to hear comment on significant proposed changes. Lastly, I have several questions related to these proposed changes. What are the objectives of the proposed changes beyond unified staff support for DL teachers? What learning outcomes are supported through the change? What would be the associated cost of moving the programs? What steps have been and will be taken to communicate with the monolingual families affected? What steps have been and will be taken to communicate with the monolingual teachers? What data points are available for assessing the efficacy of the DL program? How do those impact the recommendations made? What steps have been and will be taken to assess the support student mental health related to these proposed changes? And a separate email from the same author. Given the administration is claiming to have included ML families, I'd like to remind you of what the update was from December 10th, 2021. Please see the below forwarded email from Dr. Ivory Tatum. Nowhere in this update does it invite participation from ML families. It celebrates the DL program and invites DL students and families to contribute to the committee and or review process. If there was sincere interest in getting our feedback, USD 116 would have used specific language inviting monolingual families and would have used more than the superintendent updates to reach us. Even DL families received additional invitations and reminders from teachers and Ms. Ochoa at Leal. Again, I am concerned about the lack of communication to the affected families, especially the ML families at DPW. It is not clear that their input has sincerely been sought either. Beyond this, I would like more information regarding how we can support teacher retention without structural changes, more information about the cost and projected impact of proposed changes, and more information on how the district will support student mental health. Finally, what guidelines are you following from IASB regarding how to implement such changes? The current proposal is lacking supporting evidence, and without clear DPW and LEO monolingual families feedback, implementing this change may inadvertently contribute to educational inequalities. I request that the board administration devote at least 5 months to securing input from monolingual families before making a revised proposal. They spent at least that much time speaking with the DL program stakeholders. From Alice DeLage. Hi, I am the parent of a French, Italian, English trilingual child in the 2nd grade at Lille School, non-DL enrolled. With an incoming kindergartner in August, I want to express my concerns over the proposed update to the dual language program with the aim of bringing all DL students at one school. While I understand that space is an issue that needs immediate remedy for this growing program, I think it would be a mistake to make a hasty decision and bring all students in one school for a purely administrative reason. If the purpose of this program is to open up and immerse students in a bilingual environment, then the benefits of this endeavor to the whole school community should be stressed. I have difficulty understanding how concentrating all DL students in one building would result in anything else than a de facto segregation for both DL students and the rest of the school community, while the goal of this program is so obviously to build cross-cultural bridges and enrich the learning experiences for all students, regardless of whether they are enrolled in DL or not. I think it would be helpful in this case to look back at the original goals of the DL program and how losing sight of these may be harmful to the program itself. I also suggested that the after-school program could, for example, include some Spanish lessons so that children not enrolled in DL or just starting the DL program could benefit from added exposure and feel like everyone is part of this movement together. If today the DL program was in a separate building, I would likely not be interested in enrolling my rudimentary Spanish-speaking children in the program. I would not want them to feel like by going there, they would belong to a separated community. This is the exact opposite of how we want Hispanic and Latino cultures to be considered. We chose to live near Lille School because we so immensely valued the fact that our children can meet their school friends at the neighborhood playground, and that regardless of whether they are enrolled in DL or not, they would have some exposure to Spanish. This proposed change has the potential to question our entire commitment to living in Urbana. Lille is the best elementary school in Urbana. I think the DL model is one of the reasons why and should be considered, not endangered. I hope you would consider these arguments when reaching a decision on whether to accept or not the proposed changes to the program. From Yin Chun Hu. Dear school board members and other meeting attendees, we were surprised to learn by flyer recently that the school district is considering consolidating the dual language program to a single school. I understand that there are some administrative reasons to move to this model, and it would even out the class sizes. However, in my view, there are 3 significant reasons to keep the current system. I will conclude with 2 alternatives that could mitigate some of these concerns. First, school provides an important environment for social interactions, and many students in dual language classes are friends with many students in monolanguage classes. Separating these children will create stresses on children who are already facing levels of pandemic-induced stress that have not been seen for a century. See, for example, Stevenson children and teens struggling with mental health during COVID-19 pandemic. Second, as a child, I, Yin Hoon, was also bused, and this took a tremendous amount of time every day. Also, in long school bus rides, their effect on school budgets, family life, and student achievement, the AEL writes, some research and much anecdotal evidence suggests that long bus rides have negative effects on family life, the ability of students to perform well at school, and students' ability to fully participate in the school experience. Additionally, no economic value is placed on children's time, nor is their time considered a significant issue in the debate over school closures, long bus rides, and the quality of education. We should evaluate the impacts of busing on students and their academic performance. Third, busing results in students needing to wake up earlier to start school at the same time. Many health-related organizations have seen the harms of early school start times and their impacts on students, including the U.S. Surgeon General, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the Society of Behavioral Medicine, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Center for Disease Control. In Hicks, who is riding the bus and how does it impact student sleep, attendance, discipline, mental health, and achievement, attendance, discipline, mental health, and achievement. We can see the impact of school busing on sleep time, academic performance, and mental health. For a mitigation perspective, if the board decides to consolidate and remove the single language program from one school and the dual language program from the other school, I think the best mitigation would be to allow all students to join the language program in their neighborhood school, together with whatever support is necessary for them to succeed. In the alternative, the school board can elect to apply this new policy only to students that have not already started, that is, starting with students who begin kindergarten in 2023 or 2024. From Joseph Jensen, dear Urbana School District Board, I urge you to reject the recommendation from the Spanish Dual Language Program Committee to consolidate Spanish dual language programming at Urbana elementary schools into a single school. This proposed change appears to be widely unpopular with parents of children in the Spanish dual language program across all demographics. Based on data provided by the committee, a considerable majority of families of English language learners do not support the change, and families of children in the program, regardless of race, do not support the change. Families of monolingual learners were not consulted, and as a parent of a current monolingual learner, I am disappointed that my input has been considered unimportant in this process to this point. The proposed change to a whole school model would have ambiguous and possibly negative financial impacts on the school district. The committee recommendation ignores or dismisses the direct costs of transition, including student relocation, transportation, and teacher relocation costs. The committee appears to justify the change on budgetary grounds because it would allow for a reduction in the number of classrooms. This is mathematically inconsistent with the idea that the change would not increase class sizes and the cost savings are not accounted for in the committee recommendation. Finally, the proposed change to a whole school model would have negative impacts on diversity, equity, and inclusion in Urbana elementary schools. According to data provided by the committee, a whole school model will create a majority Latino Hispanic school where African American and multiracial learners are significantly underrepresented. The equity and inclusion implications of which school, Dr. Preston Williams or Leal, is chosen to host Spanish dual language programs and which will switch to English-only instruction are not considered. I feel strongly that after fully accounting for all benefits of cost of this change, the current two-school model will be found better than the alternative model opposed by the committee. We are better together than apart. Please reject this change. From Jody Stanley. To the members of the USD 116 School Board, although there are many individual aspects of the Dual Language Committee's proposal that warrant discussion, in the interest of brevity, I will state my single biggest concern about the committee's work on this issue, the recommendation to move to a one-school model for dual languages being made in bad faith. From the committee's refusal to acknowledge the effect that this move would have on non-dual language kids and families to its dismissal of data that doesn't align with the one-school model, it's clear that the committee has had an agenda going into this process and is making its recommendation based on that agenda, not impartial research and unbiased consideration of data. In short, the committee's recommendation is deeply flawed, and the arguments in support of it are unconvincing to say the least. I know the board is committed to making decisions that are in the best interest of all students of USD 116. Therefore, I urge you to reject this recommendation for the dual language one school model. From Rebecca Smith. I wish to register my opposition to changing the current dual language program. I am the English-speaking parent of a dual language student at Leal. I am concerned by the thought of siloing the dual language program into a single school. There is potential for a separate and unequal treatment with the specials, art, music, dance, and with the core curriculum such as science and math suffering in the dual-only school. I am concerned that students who decide the dual language program is not working for them will be forced to change schools entirely, losing their support network at a time when they are already struggling. From Steph Moore and Chris Dodd. We are writing to express our concerns about the proposed change to a whole school model for elementary schools. While we appreciate that the current model has its challenges, the proposed solution would result in a highly disruptive redistricting. following right on the heels of the most disruptive 2 years in the modern history of public schools. This would put a lot of extra stress on students and families. We strongly feel that the less disruptive changes to the current model could be implemented which do not impose such a burden on our students. In addition, we would like to register our objections to the way in which the plan has been proposed. The committee has polled only certain families, those in the DL program, and the data shows the majority of families do not support the whole school approach. Furthermore, monolingual families were not polled or included in the discussion. Therefore, we feel that the committee has not done its due diligence in communicating this plan to the public and obtaining feedback from a broad cross-section of the community. From Leslie Singleton, dear USD 116 board members, the dual language committee's proposed move to a whole school model is a nuanced issue that raises broader questions about redistricting and neighborhood schools, and my concerns concerning this are too lengthy to be read aloud. However, what troubles me more than the recommendation itself is that it doesn't accurately reflect the input of the majority of families surveyed, and never mind that monolingual families were not consulted at all. It is a bizarre and insulting rhetorical move for the committee to invalidate the results of their own survey by claiming that participants would have responded differently, i.e. with the right answer, had they only understood more. The committee's point-by-point rebuttal of criticisms of the whole school model is similarly uncomfortable, as it suggests the committee has an agenda at its inception and has chosen to work hardest at ignoring or refuting any incongruent information. The time and resources parents have spent merely bringing the issue to the attention of other parents also makes it clear information has been suppressed in this pursuit of an agenda. This is not how an unbiased committee should operate, and it reflects poorly upon the district. Please consider rejecting the committee's recommendation. From Samantha Auerbach. Hello, as a parent of a kindergartner at Leal, I wanted to share my thoughts on the proposed change to the DL program that impact families at Leal and Williams schools. I first learned about this from a local listserv and not from the district, which speaks to poor communication methods that this board should look to improve. One line buried in a long email isn't sufficient for important information such as a fundamental change to our neighborhood schools. The slide deck, which was posted in advance of Tuesday's meeting, lays out the data from which the recommendation was made. However, and by the author's admission, the recommendation does not reflect the data obtained through the surveys and small groups of students, parents, and teachers. In the slide defending the discordance between the survey data and the committee recommendations, you state several reasons why you did not follow the data. One reason equals response rates were not equitable across demographic groups and school buildings. What were the sampling goals in terms of demographics buildings for the stakeholder surveys? If the response rates were unacceptably inequitable, then I agree the data is not reliable, but instead we should be improving our sampling techniques to meet whatever demographic goals you set out to reach. If no such goals were met, then how can we know the response rates were not equitable? 2, monolingual families were not considered stakeholders, though clearly seriously affected by the change. In the slide defending the decision, you state that the committee was set to review program strength challenges and feedback could only be provided by direct stakeholders. How are we not direct stakeholders here? Non-DL teachers and staff were included. Why not non-DL families? This feels disingenuous. If the DL model is changed, DL families will have the option to remain in DL or remain in the current school and move to monolingual if the other school is chosen for DL. Monolingual families will have no such choice. It's unreasonable to suggest our view should not be considered in this decision making. In the parent survey, approximately 36% would leave the DL program. Is that accounted for in the class sizes in the one school model? 3, 21% of the committee stated that they had no answer at this time because they needed more information. Surely that indicates more work is needed to be done. 4, projected impacts of keeping the two school option were listed to include crowded classrooms, staff retention issues, and the question, the continuation of fine arts, music, dance, ASCCP, and other enrichments. This feels combative, argumentative, and vaguely threatening. What is the likelihood of these enrichment cuts? 2 questions. Equity/segregation. Slide states fears of segregation and equity as one school model is not true and shows data combining racial ethnic makeup of all DL students evidence, but this fails to support the claims made. What is the racial ethnic makeup of the remainder of the school? It's possible that combining would increase diversity, but we are unable to make this assertion without more data. Research on whole school versus strand model. Not sufficient evidence to make this decision, but in committee's opinions, changing to a one school model would improve structural components of school in a way that could lead to more meaningful instruction, student learning, etc. Would like to know what specific outcomes are of interest and how this will be monitored. In sum, it appears the committee decision is based on very important concerns of the DL teacher retention and staffing issues. If this is true, this process should have been framed using this goal instead of halfway engaging stakeholders and then disregarding the responses when it did not fit the desired plan. Worse than disregarding, actually, the slides mention that if parents knew more about this, then they wouldn't be against it, which is incredibly patronizing. It feels we were purposefully excluded from this process, and now our ill-formed opinions are being used against us to undermine our wishes. There is a way to honestly engage stakeholders and gather support for this change in good faith that you all unfortunately did not attempt. I believe we all genuinely want the best for our community and our community's kids in education. I am not categorically opposed to this change. I would, of course, prefer to keep my kids in a neighborhood school environment, a reason we moved to this area 1.5 years ago. But if I were presented with the information showing how the current model is hurting our community in some way, I could get behind changing this. But that is not what this process has shown me. Thank you very much for your time. Sam Auerbach. From Elizabeth Mitchner. Hello, as a parent of 2 children, I live near Leal and in the Leal School District. My daughter is in the dual language Spanish program at Leal, and my son is hoping to get in when he starts kindergarten. I believe that having the dual language program at Leal enriches the entire school environment, even for those in the mono-language classes, as, and quoting from the USD 116 dual language website, students are interacting and developing cross-cultural, cross-racial, and cross-linguistic relationships like we have never seen before. I definitely would like to see the dual language program continue at Leal. If it were moved to Dr. Williams, we would have to make a very difficult choice between staying at our neighborhood school where we walk to and from school every day, or continuing to in the DL program and working towards biliteracy. I believe this is a great program, that having similar programs in more schools will be better than moving everyone in dual language to only one school. Thank you. From Dave Schwenk. Hello, Urbana's dual language program seems like a wonderful approach to learning, and the school district should look to expand the program at other schools and not contract it. Reducing it to a single school and the busing of primarily Hispanic students to one school has the appearance and likely end result of segregation, especially the school to which the minority students are being bused already has a predominant minority population in comparison to other local schools. Also, a school should, as much as possible, be a part of a local community. Consequently, all students who live near a school should attend that school if at all possible. Please keep the dual language program at both Leal and Dr. Preston, and if at all possible, expand it to other schools. From Alejandro Lleras. Dear members of the school board, I am the father of 3 children in the DL program, 5th, 3rd, and 1st graders, and a longtime supporter of this program. I was surprised when I just heard last night that the school board was planning to approve a radical change to the DL program, mostly without community input. True, there was an ill-worded and partly deceptive survey that was sent out. The survey made it sound like the ideas proposed were hypotheticals for future planning and the program development. I never got the feeling that we were being asked about the immediate future of the DL program. I am sure I was not the only parent that was misled by the wording. Nevertheless, I looked at the slides presenting the results in the DL program survey, and my surprise only grew. By large margins, the vast majority of the public and families involved in the DL program are happy with the program as is and would prefer to keep it that way. Still, the official recommendation is to go against the community's wishes and simply impose a new structure to the program on the premise that the person running the survey knows better than the rest of the community. Not so fast. I would like to respectfully remind the board that the members of the board serve the people of the city, and as such, you should try your best to respect the overwhelming wish of the community to keep the program as it is next year. Your goal is to serve the families in our city. Please listen to those families, and if it is true that the recommendation to combine all DL students at Dr. Williams is the best way forward, please do what other public servants do. Educate the community before making such a radical decision. Call for input. Organize gatherings with DL families. Tell them why your viewpoint recommendation is what is needed and the best way to move forward. Be transparent about your goals and on your communications. Earn the people's trust. And if you are correct, and this is the best way forward, the families of Urbana will agree with you, and then, only then, can you implement this recommendation with Urbana's families at your side, not before. Don't burn the bridges that have been built over the past decade or so of the DL program. Don't abuse your position and power. Right now, this decision is coming out of the blue for most DL families, and it seems rushed and clouded with secrecy, deceptive practices. This is not how one implements change in the school district. I ask you to simply remember how many meetings were held and with how many different stakeholders when we were first putting together the DL program at Leo. That should be the minimum standard in terms of consultation with the community prior to acting. From Maggie Byrne. To the Urbana School Board, I am writing this letter in support of the Dual Language Committee's recommendation to combine the Spanish Dual Language Program in one building for the 2023-2024 school year. I have been working as a Spanish dual language teacher in this district for 8 years, starting as a third grade teacher. The first year that grade was taught at Dr. Williams. I am deeply committed to this program and its students. It is a program I hope my children will one day attend, and the program from which I hope to retire in many years because it represents the values I believe should be the foundation of student learning. That said, though, through these 8 years, along with positives, I have seen many challenges that it faces in part because of being a strand model. First and foremost, the reason I advocate for this change is because I truly believe that this shift will lead to better educational outcomes for children, especially our emergent bilingual students for whom the program exists. In the strand model, we have to spread our human and material resources between buildings, and far too often we simply do not have enough of what we need to best support our students. For example, in a whole school model for dual language, every professional in that building will have a background either in bilingual education or teaching English as a second language. This would be a powerful way not only to ensure that all professionals are able to use best practices with emergent bilingual children, it would also create a feeling of safety and understanding for all children who could encourage risk-taking in their emergent languages because they trust the adults to understand their struggle. This is an example several of my newcomers gave me when discussing how they do not feel comfortable using English, even as they have improved, outside of my space because of fear that other kids and adults are not patient or supportive. One major parent concern I saw was that the Spanish dominant students' parents worry they are not learning enough English before middle school. This is a concern several of my colleagues and I have tried to solve by creating small working groups for English and Spanish as a second language development. However, in the strand model, when there is often only one teacher at each grade level, to create groups with matching needs, we had to share between 3 and 4 grade levels, a schedule so different that the groups have never lasted long enough to allow for growth. As an educator, too often in this model, I end the day knowing that if I had more collegial collaboration available, I could have done more and better for my students. For me, that is the worst thing I can imagine. And another reason I support this shift is in the hopes of improving teacher retention. We have been losing too many teachers each year to create a sustainable learning environment. This is difficult, specialized work, and it is hard to give students the best education possible when we have new teachers every year. It is even more difficult to create a strong program when we do not have a teacher to fill the classroom at all. This year at DPW, we have dual language classrooms that have had substitutes all year. And for half the year, one classroom with a substitute who neither spoke Spanish nor had training in English as a second language. This is not meant in any way to devalue the amazing work of our substitute teachers, only to point out that the best case scenario is always having a fully trained bilingual teacher in dual language classes. Had we been combined this year, we could have avoided this by adjusting classes in the building. The reality is that dual language teaching requires a huge amount of teacher work outside of contractual time. All communication must be done in both languages. All lessons must be adapted not only for academic purposes, but for linguistic needs. Most curricula do not already exist with high-quality resources in Spanish, and best practices for emergent bilinguals are not identical to those for monolinguals, which means we create most of our own resources. It is not work we begrudge our students, it is work we or in one building with grade level peers that we could share to lessen the burden. The reality is this is hard work, and these educators are in high demand. If conditions are not conducive to best learning, teaching, and personal balance, it is too easy for teachers to find programs that will provide the conditions they want. The issue of program size and physical classroom size space is also pressing. Our DL population is only growing even as we run short on classrooms to put children in. As is, both buildings are at capacity, and we will likely have to turn students away as class sizes soar above contractual limits, though we have a legal obligation to take all English learners even when classes are full. I think it is important to address this problem proactively by combining it in a thoughtful way that will benefit kids rather than to have to reassign children in the moment in an ad hoc manner. Finally, a word on diversity. I've heard concerns that combining will lead to less diversity either in the thank you. From Brian Endress. I write to strongly oppose any decision at this time that would change the current Spanish dual language strand model and switch to a one school Spanish dual language whole school model. Based on the information made available to the public, it is clear that little consideration has been given to the concerns of monolingual students and the neighborhood school model. Monolingual students and their parents have not been adequately consulted in this process, nor has the potential impact on the neighborhood school model and the associated neighborhoods been examined. Many families with elementary age students chose to live in a neighborhood based on the local school. To now upend these settled expectations through an exclusionary process is arbitrary and capricious. For example, PowerPoint slide number 21, in response to the question, why weren't the voices of the families from monolingual classrooms heard by this committee, the committee responds, the feedback needed in order to have these discussions could only be provided by direct stakeholders, teachers, DL parents, families, and DL students. This is exactly the point I want to raise. Every student, parent, and community member is a stakeholder in our elementary schools, and to exclude those voices from the process is a fatal flaw. In sum, more consultation and examination of the impact of monolingual students and elimination of Urbana's long-standing neighborhood school model is essential before this board should take any decision to abandon the current strand model. From Simona Buetti, hope I pronounced that right. Dear members of the school board, one of the most appealing qualities about living in Urbana is a strong concept of neighborhood schools where kids who live near each other attend the same school and get to know each other. I recently learned that the school board is considering a program change that would destroy this neighborhood school concept by splitting children from monolingual and DL programs into different schools. Please, I urge you to not approve such a radical change. Our family has been sending kids to Leo for many years, and we have seen the value of the neighborhood school approach. All our kids know the kids in their neighborhood school and have created strong relationships. Now, 2 of our children in the DL program would be separated from their neighborhood friends who attend the monolingual program. We've spoken to them about this potential change, and they are devastated to lose friends. They don't understand why things have to change. And honestly, their parents, don't understand either. As a final note, the process by which the recommendation to fundamentally alter the DL program without community input and consultation, rushed and lacking transparency, leave much to desired. And looking at the results from the DL survey, it seems most families agree that keeping the program as is the best option. Please respect the voices of the families in our community whose interests you represent in this board. From Jennifer Straub. Dear members of the board, I'm writing today regarding the votes on both the dual language program and school resource officers. The whole process regarding the single school proposal for the dual language program has been confusing and opaque for everyone trying to follow along. Whether this was intentional or just bad organizing is not important. What matters here is that we continue to have a dual language program that adequately meets the needs of the community it is intending to best serve. What I've seen is a survey that was distributed unevenly, neglecting key stakeholders in the process and unable to provide any tangible details regarding school location, transportation options, or any of the key pieces of information a community would need to make such an important decision. And now that we have the results, we are seeing that none of the population surveyed preferred a single school option. The majority of students surveyed 1 or 2 schools. Majority of school staff surveyed, 1 and 2 schools. The majority of Latinx parents surveyed, 1 and 2 schools. Majority of all other parents surveyed, 1 and 2 schools. Recognizing that this is a program that intends to serve Spanish-speaking families as its key demographic, I urge you to trust Spanish-speaking families to know what is best for their children. Voting for a single DL school at this time with the idea that it's what is best for Spanish-speaking families after they've told you otherwise is paternalistic and condescending. With this data that clearly does not support the original intent of the administration, it's time to pivot. You are a board that has been elected to represent the voices of your constituents, not the priorities of the administration. As a DL parent who has very tangibly experienced the issues of teacher recruitment and retention, I recognize that this needs to be a priority for our district. I would ask that money and resources that would be used for furthering the single school plan be spent increasing USD 116 teacher salaries across the board, seeking grant opportunities whenever possible. We have countless talented grant writers in this community offering to volunteer their time, and creating tandem schedules for DL teachers in both buildings so that they can take advantage of intra-building collaboration. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that we don't have to be in the same physical space to collaborate effectively. Continuing on, as someone who has spent 7 years teaching for Milwaukee Public Schools, a district that has been ravaged by school choice, my family very specifically moved to Urbana to avoid this issue. There is a lot of research supporting the importance of neighborhood schools and an equivalent amount of research citing the unintentional achievement gaps left when school choice is an option. Recognizing that neighborhood schools are not an option for many of our DL students, our district should be considering how we can invest in those neighborhoods specifically, not further decentralizing our strong neighborhood schools. Please vote no on combining DL programs. If this is truly something the administration believes is in the best interest of our students and our community, they will need to work on forming a concrete plan and communicating the benefits of this plan to community stakeholders so that they get the buy-in they need to make it successful. I don't believe that has happened so far. Finally, my children have just spent countless instructional hours taking yet another round of map testing because we believe education should be driven by data-informed decisions. If we can hold our students and instructional staff to these rigorous standards, we surely should be able to rely on an administration to have data regarding student achievement in the DL program and require data regarding the work SROs perform in our schools. If, as an institution of learning, we aren't able to expect this, I don't really understand what work is being prioritized. Please vote no to a single DL school and ensure that any vote on continuing the school resource officer program in our schools be tied to a stipulation requiring data collection and evaluation. Thank you for your time, careful consideration, and service to our community. I'm sure it is going to be a long night. From Sandra Martinez. We are a group of concerned parents. We would like to say that we would prefer the board votes in favor of merging into a whole model dual language program. If you understand two-way dual language programs and their history, you would know that 1, they were created to support students categorized as English language learners. 2, these programs have 3 main goals: supporting academic achievement, developing bilingualism and biliteracy, and developing socio-cultural competence. These DL programs are meant to support Latinx, Spanish-speaking students, and students who speak indigenous languages. We should be at the front of this conversation as they need the programs academically, or they need the programs to academically achieve without losing their native language. English-speaking students can continue to academically achieve in the English-only programs or can choose to attend DL if selected. In terms of bilingualism and biliteracy development, teachers need more support in understanding what it means and what it takes to support bilingual biliteracy development. This is not the same as developing and learning in one language. For example, teachers should be aware of how to implement bilingual writers' workshop models, implement translanguaging pedagogy, access from a bilingual perspective, among other things. This is not being done. They need more support. Additionally, these programs should be addressing issues of equity, and they are not. For Hispanic Heritage Month, children received 1 coloring page of Cesar Chavez. This is not developing his awareness of our history in this country, of our own identity, or what we offer to our society today. And that includes English-speaking students not understanding this history about our communities. Again, DL teachers need more training and support to build sociocultural competence. In the STRAND model, With lack of resources and support, DL teachers are more likely to burn out, and the CU area does not have enough trained and certified DL teachers. Most pre-service teachers at the UIUC are preparing to teach DL in the Chicago area. Teacher retention in the CU area is crucial. IPA in Unit 4 has been able to retain DL teachers because of the advocacy and efforts the whole school community provide to teachers. This is necessary. Speaking to issues that are being promoted by some parents mentioned they would need to have their monolingual kids bused to other schools. Latinx families are the ones being bused every day to school since these programs were implemented outside of Latinx communities, when in fact these programs should be accessible to Latinx in the first place. This is an equity issue. My son, based on a language test, was advised to be part of DL to academically achieve. But yet this program is not in our community. Families in Leo who are predominantly white and English speaking choose to be in this program. Then they should drive their children to the program, just like they would for any other extracurricular activity, e.g. soccer, ballet, etc. We, Spanish-speaking community, are gifting them with access to learning Spanish that they typically would have to pay a lot of money for if they wanted to learn it. Let's acknowledge that. And they also want convenience for commute. We all would love this convenience too, but Latinx families do not get that privilege. We need our Latinx families to have access to the programs they need, and we need them to feel welcome. In the first back-to-school conference, we were only 2 Latinx parents present. Everyone else was white. Latinx families need a chair at the table, but how can that happen if they can't access the table in the first place? Some parents argue that if we take the strand model off, it would be like segregating by programs. Well, this is happening already. When there are conferences for parents, DL programs have to go in one room, and general education parents go to another. When curriculum texts are named, it is clear that general education has all the tools and resources, while DL has only literacy and math. Science and social studies is forgotten or minimally implemented for DL. Physically, DL classrooms are located at one end of the school, while general education are on the other. My child does not interact with general education students. The separation between programs is very visible and real. To some, while we do need a whole school DL model, one, DL teachers need the right professional development and support. Dual language teachers need to continue to be informed about best practices, resources, materials, and content that supports the goals of a dual language program. Dual language program goals must be central to the work in order for dual learners to achieve these goals. Goals are 1, academically achievement, 2, bilingualism and biliteracy development, and 3, sociocultural competence. 3, Latinx families need to have a sense of belonging, and their voice needs to be central to DL. 4, DL programs are for English language learners. These needs, sorry, I couldn't finish it. Next is Dana Johnson. I'd like to first thank my fellow parents who posed such thoughtful questions at the May 3rd study session, and will again, I know, tonight. As a parent of a kindergartner who is an only child, my family first entered the public school system this past fall. I have found many things about the way the system works to be inefficient, perplexing, and demoralizing, but have assumed that it probably functions well enough that my child will get a good enough education in the same way that I hope I am a good enough parent. This dual language program evaluation has caused me to question that assumption. One message of tonight's upcoming presentation seems to be that structures matter. I would offer that processes also matter. In my experience, if a decision-making process is conducted well, folks will feel good about the process even if they personally don't like the outcome. Has anyone in this room heard anyone say they feel good about this process? In my view, the process by which this committee has arrived at its recommendation for a whole school model has been inefficient, perplexing, and demoralizing. For example, the now infamous parent survey. The survey invitation I received said, "Your opinion is highly important." On slide 20 of tonight's committee presentation, we learned that the opinions expressed through the parent survey are not highly important because they were individually misinformed and collectively not representative. We might interpret this as a failure of survey design. We might recognize that misconceptions about impacts are a direct result of the fact that there was no context provided to the inquiry into our preferred option for the future of the elementary Spanish DL program. Such conclusions do not appear in the slides. This is The most obvious conclusion is therefore that the primary purpose of the survey was not to consider the perspective of parents, but to merely give the appearance of having done so, and that's demoralizing. What is perplexing is how the committee has considered and interpreted the perspectives of teachers. Slide 19 refers to an overwhelming frustration among DL teachers with the structure of the program. And yet the summary of teacher survey data responses on slide 9 indicates that 19 surveyed DL classroom teachers, only 9 express a preference of the whole school model. 9 out of 19 is not an overwhelming number. I hope to hear more tonight about what DL teachers actually said they need to do their jobs effectively and feel valued. Finally, the future committee work outlined on slide 25 assumes a great deal of goodwill between all members of our school community. Goodwill is something that has to be continually replenished, and that this controversy has all but evaporated. The irony is that I'm open to the argument for moving to a whole school model, but bullet points and lists of pros and cons do not constitute an effective argument or productive discussion. Like we do with our kids, when we are locked in conflict, let's pause and rewind. Make your case, and we will listen. Be honest about what you know and what you don't know. Along with others, what I want is to be called in to inclusive decision-making processes about my child's education and community. This should not be too much to ask. Thank you. From Daniel Shoemaker, from the dual language program survey responses presented so far, it is clear that dual language teachers were the only surveyed stakeholders who have a significant desire to combine the programs. I trust our teachers. I also believe that they must have a lot to say. The slides today mention an overwhelming frustration from the teachers, but the slides also state that research shows strand and whole school models are both viable if properly supported. We need to understand why our teachers are lacking support. We need to understand why our teachers have left the district. This is the most pressing issue facing the program today. We can act to support teachers now. I hope the DL committee can survey the teachers more deeply and provide a clear set of signals of goals to support them. From Yuli Brishnikov, dear members of the board, I was observing this district's administration for the past few months and was trying to find an underlying model for their actions. Right now, the utter contempt to us, Urbana dwellers, seems to be the only fitting hypothesis. Look at the truly Trumpian chutzpah of how they explain away any data that contradict their goals. Did the overwhelming majority of parents vote against switching to the single school DL model? Oh, but not everyone voted, and those who did didn't understand what they were voting on. Were the data on impact of the DL program on English learners not provided despite the program in existence for more than a decade? Oh, but the last 2 years were so very difficult. The committee formulating the recommendation had the superintendent and the future boss of the DL program on it. That's fine, they are direct stakeholders, while monolingual families in the affected schools are not. This kind of administrative arrogance is, of course, not limited to the DL program review. Take the issue of SRO student interactions. The administration just says that the data show something opposite to what they obviously indicate. Does the administration think nobody will check the data and simply don't care? Perhaps the administration also counts that no one will read their cherished multilingual information materials, the presumed testimony to its attention to cultural needs of the population. Take, for example, the French version of the superintendent's update. Its sentences and turns of phrase are so grammatically corrupt that they can be obtained only by the machine translation. No human would ever be able to produce such gibberish. I have no idea how they developed such hubris, but it needs to be checked. From Emily Edwards. Dear all, I am writing to provide a comment on the committee's recommendation that the dual language program be converted to a whole building model. I urge the school board to vote against this recommendation and charge a committee with doing a more comprehensive study. Given the challenges of the current process, an independent study by an outside group may be necessary. Here are some of the concerns I have with the current recommendation, focusing on conclusions presented in Part 2 slide deck. 1, the conclusions discount the current data, which show that both students and parents have overwhelmingly responded either no to the whole school model or are lacking sufficient information to provide a response. The divide among the small sample of teachers is more closely split on this. The committee's recommendation seems to override most of the survey data. The data itself is incomplete with respect to the opinions of Dr. Williams' families. Given the impact on both schools, it is paramount that the board vote against this until such data can be properly collected. 3, communication throughout the process must be improved. For example, what age groups participated in the teacher-led small group feedback discussions? The parents provide consent for this kind of study. This slide raised questions for me. 4, the data on class size seems selective. The DL kindergarten class size at Leal this year has fluctuated between 21 to 23 for the class we are in. This slide portrays a different picture of class size differentials. It would be helpful to see a multi-year, multi-grade analysis for both schools. 5, it's clear that some improvements are needed in the program to work well overall, especially as it relates to teacher support, strategy, etc. Other improvements within the current 2-strand model have been considered. Please vote no and keep the current 2-strand model. A more comprehensive, less biased study should be conducted to embark on a change of this magnitude. While I appreciate the hard work of the committee to date, more such research and deeper community engagement is needed to make this decision. I was particularly disappointed to see the current survey and discussion data that supports the 2-strand model discounted in favor of what appears to be a biased analysis and anecdotal experience. From Krista DeLu and Martin Wittix. Given that the majority stakeholders are against the proposal, we feel that there would have to be a very compelling reason to undertake this hugely messy, confusing, and stressful process of moving and replacing students and losing our cherished neighborhood schools. Here is our main objection. In a basic cost-benefit analysis, the pedagogical and financial benefits of the decision seem weak and have not been explained in detail to parents. Given the magnitude of the decision, a few PowerPoint slides is not nearly enough. If this truly is a financial decision, can we at least see the detailed projections of savings and what the district would do with the money? If that analysis has not been done, I'm sure there are community members who can assist you with this. There are world-renowned colleges of business and education right here, faculty members who send their children to Urbana schools. In a surface-level analysis, we see no obvious financial scaling benefits. The number of teachers required would be the same as currently unless average classroom sizes are also increased. Classroom resources would presumably also be the same, as the same number of classrooms would still be required to keep student-teacher ratios comparable. Yes, teachers would be better able to share ideas, but there are already multiple dual language teachers in each school. The board itself admits that the pedagogical research provides no obvious support for the change. What then is the argument? Given the slides provided, just try to address criticisms rather than providing compelling arguments for the change. What are the detailed financial and theoretical arguments to convince stakeholders that this is a necessary step? As it stands, we cannot possibly support this proposal. From Ryan and Robin Fellers. Hello, board members. After reviewing tonight's whole school model versus strand model presentation slides, we have the overwhelming feeling of, why is this being pushed so hard? Nobody wants it, despite the one slide that is intended to address this issue. This is not simply an issue of Leal parents being overrepresented, as the slides attempt to indicate. No matter how one subdivides or dissects the student, parent, and small group responses, it is clear that these groups want to stay in 2 schools. The teacher survey is the only mixed result, yet even there, the majority of respondents want to stay in 2 schools. We very much want to hear more results from the small group parent liaison feedback, and would love to hear from the populations that would be displaced from their neighborhood school if this were to move forward, who were not surveyed. We definitely want teacher recruitment and retention solutions, but there are options aside from combining into 1 school, which from these slides is clearly unpopular. At this point, if data cannot be provided that 1 school model results in better student outcomes, then we should be keeping the strand model so that many are so happy with. We look forward to hearing tonight's discussion and all the questions that will be asked and the concerns that will be raised, because I'm sure we share many of those concerns and questions, some of which we shared in a letter with our board member and as public comment at the last board meeting. From Lucia Maldonado. I'm writing to express my support for the 1 school model for the dual program. To provide context, I would like to share a little about my family's experience with the programs in Urbana. When we moved to this country many years ago, my children were enrolled at King's School and received very limited ESL services. The only person in the building who was able to communicate with me was Principal David Adcock. Even when I was not able to communicate with my children's teachers, I was amazed with their work and their constant efforts to teach my daughters, regardless of their language barrier. Shortly after, we were one of the families who switched with the program to Leal School. To be perfectly honest, I would say that I was not in favor of the change when it was proposed, mainly because I didn't want to lose the relationships I had with teachers and school personnel at King. After the program moved to Leal, it became obvious that moving the program was the right decision to give it the space it needed to grow. The dual language program came years after, and we all know how successful it has been. Now, once again, a change is needed, and for the first time, the possibility of having a whole school model seems very real. I urge you to please support the one school model. I am sure you will receive a lot of information and data to consider when making your decision. I urge you to please think about the families and students who always have less options in regards to schooling. For decades, Latino students in the district have been placed in buildings where their services they need are offered. Wonderful buildings that have opened their doors to the programs our children need, but have never had a building that they can call their own. I think we are in a good place now to show those families and students that their presence in our district matters. A building to host their program would not only reassure families that the education of their children is a priority of the district, a dual school will be a place for families to come together and a place to call their own, and a place to call our own. Okay. I'll just blast through these. This is also from Lucia Maldonado. I'm writing to express my support for the School Resource Officer Program. School resource officers are a great resource, and and one I use often. Every time I approach Officer Robinson or Officer Burnett with a question or concern, I always get information that usually no one else in the building can provide. I work with a population who don't trust the police easily. However, on numerous occasions, I had received positive comments about our SROs after I connected them with parents and students who needed their help or advice. Just a couple of weeks ago, a mother came to the school looking for support for her student. Officer Robinson sat with her, listened, and offered advice. She was already familiar with the student and the struggles she has been facing, so she included other staff members in the conversation, and together we set up a plan to effectively help the student. The mother was very grateful for Officer Robinson's expertise and assistance. Aside from being a much-needed resource, SRO's presence in the schools makes me feel safer just by being there. The increasing levels of violence in our community is a constant concern. It is reassuring to know that Officer Robinson and Officer Burnett are there to help keep everyone safe. From Carla Chambers, to whom it may concern, this letter is in support of retaining Officer Chad Burnett as Urbana High School's resource officer. In the past 2 years that Officer Burnett has been in the high school, I have grown to respect and appreciate having him in our building. His genuine, caring personality and professional demeanor is both comforting and assuring. He is always available to assist wherever needed and willing to go the extra mile to accommodate anyone seeking his help. Officer Burnett has established a great rapport with both students and staff and is respected by all. I feel safer knowing that he is in the building and assured that he will provide reinforcement of the rules while implementing policies that are aligned with Urbana School District standards. I hope this letter of support will serve as a positive vehicle toward the board's decision process. Thank you in advance for your attention in considering this matter. From Leslie Sherman, dear Board of Education, as a parent of UHS and UMS students, I ask that you vote yes to enter into a new SRO intergovernmental agreement between USD 116, the City of Urbana, and the Urbana Police Department. In a year where Urbana has experienced a record number of homicides and gun violence in our community, with many incidents involving UMS and UHS families, our SRO program has been essential to providing a safe learning environment for our students and staff. Their special training, ability to build relationships with students by being in the schools daily, and act as a buffer with local police to help de-escalate police action towards students and help keep school staff involved in resolving issues in a way that benefits our students the most. From Teresa Sweeney. Hello, I sent the email below previously, and I have sent other emails on this topic as well. I have been clear in my position regarding the SRO. If the SRO contract is not continued for the next 3 years, the board will be making a very grave mistake, which will impact the functioning and safety of the students and staff. Several board members continually express concerns regarding having an armed officer at the school. This raises the following questions for me. How many times have you been inside Urbana Middle School and Urbana High School during the school day this year? Among the people with whom you discuss this issue, how many of them have a student in the middle school or high school, or a staff member, or have even entered the buildings? The board members to whom I am referring cannot provide adequate answers to those questions. On a practical level, there is a significant teacher and staff shortage. Staff are leaving unsafe schools and leaving the profession. Teachers and support staff do not want to work in an unsafe environment. This is not going to improve until building safety as well as climate and culture improve. I hope that those of you who are reluctant to support the SRO contract will really listen to students, staff, and parents who raise concerns about safety. I can appreciate a board member wanting to represent your constituents well, but do their perspectives and beliefs truly take priority over those who really are impacted by safety in the buildings? Please truly think about what is needed to support the people in the school buildings. From Karen McKinn, thank you for your service. I would like you to continue to fund the SROs. The violence in our community is in our schools, and I think it is delusional to consider taking the SROs out of the schools considering the many fights, as seen here from a random Instagram account. There are many other accounts easily found by a simple search. Who are you all thinking is going to break up these fights? The teachers? I encourage you to look at this link and consider we actually have to have officers from 5 local police officers at the middle school this year. What fantasy land do people live in where UHS is not part of the increased violence in the community and nation? Stop with the performance liberalism and listen to the kids, teachers, and staff at the schools and keep our community safe with SROs. And from David Guth, dear members of the Urbana School District 116 Board of Education, as you cast your vote on the SRO Intergovernmental Agreement this evening, I have attached my public comment to the Urbana City Council this past fall regarding the alarming increase in gun violence in our community over the past few years. In addition, as you debate the research surrounding SROs, the unanswered questions specific to the safety and well-being of our community and schools are rooted in our local gun violence data and are as follows. Of the hundreds of shots fired on record in our community over the past 4 years, how many of the incidents of shots fired and homicides have gone unsolved? How many Urbana and Champaign youth have been shot or maimed by gunfire in our community? How many Urbana and Champaign youth have lost their lives to gunfire in our community? How do the incidents of gunfire in our community compare with other comparable sized cities in the country? As just a brief snapshot, according to Champaign County State's Attorney Julia Reitz, during the 5-month period between January 1st, 2021 and June 1st, 2021, of the 200 shots fired, only 25 of those cases have been solved. 175 of those cases remain unsolved. As it is challenging to quantify the prevention outcomes generated through service of our student resource officers, it is essential to also consider the gun violence data in our local community. The question remains, as gun violence and unrelated trauma continue to spill over in our schools, have you, as our elected school board members, done everything within your power to protect the lives of our students and staff? With sincere appreciation for your service, David Guth. And our last one is from Ruth Kantorovitz. Dear members of the board, in the past few years, our local elementary school has quietly stopped teaching the mandated unit on the Holocaust. The board and the public may not be aware of this since for the last 3 years, the district's curriculum and instruction information webpage has been displaying the sign under construction and informing the public that this page is currently being perfected to meet your needs. Although the curriculum and instructional material at our elementary school is not easily available, it has been noticed by a few parents the Holocaust unit, which was usually taught in 5th grade, has not been taught for several years, including this year. The Illinois requirement for the Holocaust and Genocide study states that every public elementary school and high school shall include in its curriculum a unit of instruction studying the events of the Nazi atrocities of 1933 to 1945. This period in world history is known as the Holocaust, during which 6 million Jews and millions of non-Jews were exterminated. One of the universal lessons of the Holocaust is that the national, ethnic, racial, or religious hatred can overtake any nation or society, leading to calamitous consequences. To reinforce that lesson, such curriculum shall include an additional unit of instruction studying other acts of genocide across the globe. This unit shall include but not be limited to the Armenian genocide, the famine genocide in Ukraine, and more recent atrocities in Cambodia, Bosnia, Rwanda, and Sudan. The studying of this material is a reaffirmation of the commitment of free peoples from all nations to never again permit the occurrence of another Holocaust, and a recognition that crimes of genocide continue to be perpetuated across the globe as they have been in the past, and to deter indifference to crimes against humanity and human suffering whenever they occur. Section 27-20.3 also states that each school board shall itself determine the minimum amount of instruction time which shall qualify as a unit of instruction, satisfying the requirements of this section. One hopes that for the next school year, the board will determine that the minimum amount of instructional time required for the Holocaust and genocide unit and make it publicly available on the district's newly perfected curriculum and instruction information webpage. That is all the submitted public comments. We have a long list of people here who want to address the board as well, starting with Tony Alleghetti. Sorry if I have a hard time reading that. Press the button on the front just once and it'll turn green. Perfect.
Can everyone hear me? Members of the board and administration, thank you for listening. My name is Tony Alleghetti. I'm an Urbana resident. I have a daughter who's in kindergarten at Leal. Most of what I've already written down here has been said in the comments, so I'll try and keep it short. We came to Urbana because of the district's, or because of the neighborhood school program. We knew we wanted to live where we chose to live because of the district schools, because of the neighborhood schools. We wanted to avoid what was going on in Champaign with their school of choice. We didn't want to play a lottery in Champaign. We chose Urbana for that reason. And we've been pleasantly surprised with everything that's gone on, even though our daughter is finishing her year in kindergarten. We've attended the community mural and the garden project at Leal, which this administration has supported, the school has supported, the city has supported. Kids from all over the school in both programs, the DL program, the monolingual program, they turned out. Silhouettes of everyone in the community are on that mural, including my own. I look like a rainbow. They're deciding where to put this mural, and they want to put it in the gym. And it would be a shame for them to hang this mural up in that gym and then shift the program that made the mural to another school, or to go with this whole model and have half of those kids go somewhere else. It goes without saying that the pandemic has made the last 2 years academically challenging, if not as a whole. This year has provided some normalcy at the school. This change that the board is seeking, or that the administration is seeking, is just one pill too many to swallow. I think we're putting the kids in a blender and pushing charge and throwing everybody out of whack by doing this. The committee, I think it goes without saying, it's the administration's prerogative to push the whole school model. It's been demonstrated here. There were only 5 parents on the committee. None of the DPW parents on the committee were not also staff at the district. The focus of the committee, I think, are laudable. We want teacher retention. We want to recruit new staff. We want to do all these things. All of that can be done with the Strand model. We don't need to combine the schools to accomplish that. If support is needed, I'm sure the community will do that and will push for that. The surveys, any way you slice it, and you've heard a number of things, and you have all the documents, all of the percentages, any way you slice it, nobody wants to go forward with this model at this time. If the administration can prove that, if they can provide the data, if they can provide the evidence, the research, let them make their case. And even then, you've got to weigh it against the negative aspects of what you're asking the school, all the schools, to do. I find it also surprising that the committee can even say they're recommending the whole school model. A 15-3 vote not in favor of the whole school model, I don't know what committee that gets out of in any other committee that I've ever heard of. It's not a recommendation without a majority. You have a plurality support, and that's not enough. We know this isn't data-driven at this point. Again, I'd be happy to see it. I'd love to see this information that the administration has, but they need to put it forward. A laundry list of pros and cons without some weight assessed to it, it's not enough for me, and it shouldn't be enough for anyone on this board. As far as demographics are concerned, Leal is a majority-minority school. The information submitted by the administration, 52% are Black, Latino, or Asian, 64% are students of color. This is a diverse school. This is something that is going to change depending on what the administration wants to do here, and we haven't gotten a firm answer from them. They want to put the cart before the horse here and say, we're going to go whole school without even telling us what school they want to do with it. I don't know how this board upholds Section 7-30 of their policy that requires a school or the attendance areas to allow any student attending there to be allowed to attend that school. We're going to end up being in a school of choice if we go forward with this model. The board is going to have to reject their own policy, and they need to look at the student code in the Illinois statutes. Thank you.
Next up is Zach Putnam, and following him was Felipe Mintal.
Hi, my name is Zach Putnam. I'm a parent of a Spanish dual language student. First, I want to thank the board for your service to the community. I know the nights are long and late after you've all been most likely working other jobs, and the job can be thankless, so thank you to all of you. I want to thank the Spanish Dual Language Committee for their efforts to identify challenges and potential solutions to those challenges to improve the dual language program in Urbana. But it's hard to not be disappointed with the committee's apparent dismissal and minimization of student, parent, and community concerns about moving to a whole school model, including the potential for elimination of a neighborhood school and the community that school builds, and or redistricting for many Urbana elementary students to balance out the number of students at each elementary school, or the impact of this potential upheaval on our students who are already behind and stressed from the ongoing pandemic. And then lastly, the sequestering of most Spanish-speaking, Spanish language families at a single elementary school, reducing or eliminating the cultural interchange for all concerned. Survey data from the committee show that only a small fraction of people support the move to a whole school model. Parents and students, both native Spanish speakers and native English speaking, broadly oppose any move to a whole school model. Support from staff is more mixed, but there's clearly not any kind of, it's clearly not broadly favored. The administration clearly supports the move to a whole school model, but hasn't provided any concrete rationale beyond some anecdotal stories that some teachers may leave the program and the potential for a full complement of Spanish-speaking staff. No evidence has been provided that these benefits or the whole school model will positively impact student outcomes. In fact, research presented in tonight's slides suggests that the whole school and Strand models are both equally capable of providing good student outcomes, that moving to a whole school will not fix anything. And no evidence has been provided that the whole school model provides benefits relative to the two-school model to solve any of the pressing challenges that the committee did identify, and they are significant in terms of retention and recruitment and supporting our dual language teachers. So, as our elected representatives responsible for Urbana Public Schools, I hope you will balance student, parent, and community needs with those of the school administration, particularly those who will be impacted but have not yet been consulted on this significant potential change. And although the administration appears to have dismissed all others' concerns, I know that you will not. Lastly, don't let the administration make a change to a whole school model for the Spanish dual language program without first documenting the specific need, the specific benefits, and the specific costs of doing so, especially when a change like this magnitude is broadly opposed by the Urbana community. Thank you.
Next up is Felipe Minental, followed by Jordan Cody.
Hi,
Thank
it's
you.
Felipe Menanto. Hello, members of the Urbana School Board of Education. I would like to begin by thanking the board and the administration for the work they do to make our community better. I believe our leadership has the heart in the right place, and my goal tonight is to express my concerns with the hope that we can build a stronger and more equitable community. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the dual language program, and I've been involved with the program. I've been a strong supporter of the program for the last 8 years. This is just to say that I'm familiar with the accomplishments, the struggles, like the blatant racism in the early days towards the program material from white teachers, as well as the growing pains of the program. I would like to say that I'm actually not here to speak on behalf of my children. Actually, here to speak on behalf of a lot of the voices that are usually not participant in this discussion, which is in English. And as you can see from my accent, this is not my first language, and my family identifies as Latinx. This evening, I would like to express my concern with the proposal to consolidate the Spanish dual language program in one school. I'm not here to speak against the proposal, but to urge the board and the administration to hit the brakes and take this as an opportunity to restart the process with the proper engagement, with more conversations, and the transparency needed to give legitimacy to such an important decision. I'm puzzled, I'm really puzzled and concerned by the decision making of this process and all of the missed opportunities that have made this process so clouded and the lost credibility of this proposal. A few examples. It's not clear to me how the committee was chosen. I know of several Latinx families and monolingual parents that were not included, although they wanted to participate. Was this a randomized sample or handpicked by the administration? Why was the survey not sent to the parents on the first instance? I did not receive it on the first instance, and I'm not a monolingual family. And it had to be resent by the committee member. This is not a good strategy to build consensus or buy-in or trust from the community. Why would the results not publicized properly, like in the regular Friday newsletters that we get from the superintendent? Instead, I have to be informed from the News Gazette, which is not my favorite means of communication. That is not the way transparency looks like. Moreover, the results of the survey do not support the proposed consolidation. Many of us participated in a similar process 3 or 4 years ago. What happened with that process? Did we learn anything from it? What are we doing with that information? Are we losing everything? The proposal of making one neighborhood school only dual language has the implication that one community will lose its neighborhood school. This changes the elementary school paradigm in Urbana. While I really welcome this paradigm shift, this is a much wider and longer discussion to have down a committee that it was obscurely chosen. I'm also concerned with the treatment of Latinx kids as a commodity that will make a school more interesting or a community or neighborhood more appealing. I would like to remind us, all of us here present, that the dual language program has its roots in social justice, and this is not an enrichment program or any language immersion program for English monolingual families. I would like to emphasize that I'm agnostic of what the best road is to ensure a solid future for the dual language program. We have seen that many of the issues are related to the retention program of the teachers. And I heard firsthand for the last 8 years of the lack of support that the dual language teachers have received from this administration when they say that this is like the gem of the school district, but at the end of the day, they do nothing. I know that the retention of the teachers is actually bad. It's bad because they're not respected. And I know that the efforts to recruit more teachers is pathetic because I know firsthand of people who have tried to become teachers and has been extremely hard and decided to do other things in their life. So this is simply not following the truth. But I believe that the future process needs to include more voices, proper surveys, and a transparency to give legitimacy to the future of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe. So Jordan?
Hello. Oh boy. Well, I'm a parent. I have a little boy in second grade. My wife and I do. His name's Owen. Some really informed and eloquent people spoke right ahead of me. And I'm not going to add anything that you probably haven't heard. So I'm just going to kind of talk like a parent a little bit. Unfortunately, or fortunately, or whatever, I'm a white English-speaking parent. So my experience is very different from the experience of a lot of other people who are going to be drastically affected by this choice. But I just wanted to put my voice out there to say, please don't. Please don't. My wife and I, we moved here a few years ago with our son, and we were thrilled with this neighborhood school, this concept. It seemed kind of obvious to us, and we were really grateful for it, especially as we heard stories about Champaign and how that worked, and we were sort of afraid that we would be kind of stuck in that sort of model. So please keep that intact. I feel like whichever way this is going to go, people are going to be inconvenienced. Someone's going to be inconvenienced, and that's always a really crappy position to be put in. And I also don't know which is the best way to go, but I would like to be part of the conversation about it. And I think that's one thing that was really surprising, that really kind of stunned my wife and I after that survey, and then all of a sudden it's actually happening. It's something that we didn't actually believe and didn't feel entirely informed about. We felt really surprised by some of the problems and issues that were brought up, and we still feel kind of unclear. We love teachers. My wife and I, we're both son and a daughter of 3-4 generations of teachers. We have no desire to have any of the teachers that I had at any school be unsupported and be, working a job that they do not feel comfortable in or supported by. So that's really important to us. But is this the only way to have these DL teachers feel supported? Is that it? I don't think so. But again, I don't know. There's so much that I don't know that I want to learn about and hear about. But I would like to be part of that conversation before this kind of drastic decision is made, because it's disrupting an awful lot of lives, and I'm really happy to be a part of this community, part of this overwhelming voice. And I'm really grateful for you to listen to us all. I love this program. It's not easy for Owen. It's not easy for him, and we're so grateful for that. We were really grateful. Owen goes to Lille, and we were really excited to have him go to Lille, whether or not he got into the DO program, because he would be in this community in which speaking and reading and knowing English wasn't an automatic advantage all the time. It wasn't like some kind of like golden ticket to life. And so learning Spanish is wonderful, but being a part of this kind of community is more important to Owen, if I can speak for him, and certainly to his parents. So thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jacqueline Ariano Hamid.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a teacher, but public speaking is really terrifying for some reason. I'm making comments tonight about the proposed Lille and DPW swap. And I'm speaking to you as a community member, as a parent, of a Leo second grader and a future kindergartner who just got into the dual language program. But I'm also speaking to you as a Champaign Unit 4 teacher. Because I want to point you in the direction of the proposal that was made about 2 years ago, 2019-2020, about a potential International Prep Academy and Garden Hills swap in the Unit 4 district. So these are two schools within the Unit 4 district. The superintendent of Unit 4 at the time proposed that the dual language program be housed in the Garden Hills location because of its capacity to hold a K-8 dual language program. And while that makes sense theoretically and maybe logistically, the superintendent, again at the time, did not consider the teachers, did not consider the students, nor, most importantly, the racial divide that this swap could mean. So the Unit 4 superintendent failed to include the community and the parents in these conversations about this K-8 dual language program, and instead just kind of tossed this swap as a solution. While I agree that the conversations about a dual language program should certainly and 100% absolutely involve families that directly benefit from this program and who this program is intended for, it is really kind of unfair to not include all people that this change would be making. And for our purpose, Leo parents, DPW families in the dual language program, but also Leo and DPW families in the monolingual program, community members, teachers in both dual language and the monolingual program from both schools, and then administration from both schools. So Unit 4 is right next door, so we're not talking about a school district that's hundreds, thousands of miles away, which is why I can't figure out why this example of an error of judgment by Unit 4 is being ignored by Urbana School District. It was a failure of the Unit 4 proposal, or it was a failure of Unit 4 to just sort of propose that we swap these schools without considering the many people that define a community of a school, such as all parents, all teachers, all admin, all students, and now the same failure seems poised to happen by the Urbana School District. I remember, because I am a Unit 4 teacher, the frustrations that teachers share during the Garden Hills and IPA discussions. I remember the conversations that Garden Hills and IPA parents shared where the community communicated that they did not want Black families and Latinx families to be pitted against each other, and how they discussed how it was unfair to just decide to take these students away from their neighborhood school with that little preparation. And that is what's happening now. You are going to see this racial divide where we have Black families, Latinx families, and what are we doing to them? We're just pitting them against each other. So I also remember the relief that was felt by many when it didn't happen. So I'm having similar, and all of these discussions right now feel very familiar to that time 2 years ago. But I do want to say that I went to the University of Oregon where I got my master's with endorsements in ESOL and bilingual education. When I went and did my student teaching there, in Eugene, Oregon, of all places, there were dual language schools, several of them. So I know firsthand that when executed with fidelity, housing the dual language program in one building may be the best course of action. It could possibly be. But it doesn't make sense for Urbana School District to rush this very sensitive decision without consulting all of the parties involved and without having answers to the community members, to its teachers, to the admin of these schools. If we have disagreements about that, that's fine, but please don't let it be because you aren't informing the community. You're not informing the parents. You're not informing the teachers, again, of both schools. The survey data shows that across populations of schools, students, teachers, parents, committee members did not have enough information to make a decision. So I would advocate for tabling this discussion in order to allow for more voices to be heard in the 2023 school year and for more education from the administration on how beneficial and meaningful this shift will be for the marginalized populations. Thank you for listening.
Next up is Sarah Jansen.
I want to commend the committee for collecting such insightful survey data. This is a repeat, but it's an important one. I want to start with the English language learners, the native Spanish speakers whom the program is primarily intended to serve. The data makes it very clear that the majority of English language learners, 60%, do not want the whole school model. Many were undecided because of a lack of information. These families voiced concerns about segregation. Let's listen. Today's recommendation, which was only shared in a language that many of those same families cannot read, suggests those families stated misconceptions, that's a quote, and were not fully aware, that's another quote. In fact, the vast majority of families across all demographics, as you've heard and as you've seen yourselves in the data, do not support the whole school model. Board members, your job is to reflect the needs of our students and the consensus of our community. The community is speaking loudly and clearly through the surveys and in our voices tonight. The data shows there's broad consensus across every demographic. We do not want the whole school model. This change is being promoted as something that will improve teacher retention and recruitment. Yet, less than half of teachers at both schools are in favor of this change. Even among dual language teachers, slightly less than half prefer to combine schools. Many are undecided. Will it really improve retention if teachers don't want it? In fact, even the committee charged with making a recommendation could not come to an agreement. 46% are in favor. The majority are undecided, unsure, or opposed. After discussing for 5 months, why is the committee undecided? I expect there are people on that committee who actually value the very strong opinions expressed in those surveys, who understand that this decision affects other people who have not been consulted, people who fail to see how the proposed solution actually solves the problem at hand, and who worry about equity implications. Even on the committee, those voices have been pushed aside. If the whole school model is approved, the data makes it very clear the result will be a single school in which 3/4 of students are Hispanic, compared to basically 0% in the rest of Urbana schools. That does sound like segregation. Leal Elementary doesn't appear to have enough classrooms to meet the growing demands of the program, which means DPW is likely to be the dual language school. If DPW becomes the dual language school, then the predominantly low-income, Black, monolingual students will lose their school. That doesn't sound inclusive. But those families don't even know that this is being discussed because no one thought to ask monolingual families if that is what's best for their children. No one even thought to tell them that this is happening. When we asked the principals at both schools to share that information, we were told no. When we went to hand out flyers, we were told to leave. According to the presentation you'll hear tonight, those students who will lose their school are not direct stakeholders. Board members, the challenges described by the committee are real challenges, but this committee has failed to present a solution that solves the very real problems the Urbana School District faces. Thank you.
Next up is Cristina Alvarez Mingote. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Dear members of the board, my name is Cristina Alvarez. I'm a parent member of the Dual Language Spanish Planning Committee. I'm a Spanish native speaker and the parent of a first grader in the dual language program at Leal. I volunteered to serve on the committee because I care. I volunteered to serve on the committee because I wanted to help. I shared with all of you last night a very long email explaining my experience serving in this board. I hope you all get the opportunity to read my email and read the information that I've shared with you all. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I'm gonna just stop there because I know it's gonna be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Stead Cross? Steve Cross, I'm so sorry. Steed. Very sorry, Mr. Cross.
First of all, this is amazing. It's 8:15 and nobody's left. I'm still here. That's amazing. I should spend exactly 4 minutes telling you who I am, and then 1 minute telling you why I'm here. My name, he didn't mispronounce it, Steed G. Cross. It's an English name. It means horse. S-T-E-E-D, big G dot C-R-O-S-S. I'm from Alton, Illinois. I lived in Bloomington, Illinois for 25 years. I went to Illinois State for undergrad, and I worked with State Farm and 9 other insurance companies in my career. I came to Champaign exactly June 1st, 2008, because my best friend's from here, Rico Bell. You don't know him, but you should. He's a good person, but he's really not. I'm not a good person or a bad person. Like I said, I graduated from 1998 at State Farm. I am in 33 fraternities in Illinois. I'm supposed to be a good person. From 1996 to 2016, I had exactly 0 police contacts. I had exactly 1 arrest at June 1st, 1996 at Eastland Suites for trespassing, because, 95, for trespassing because the room was in Rico's name and I was under 21. That's funny, because on October 12, 1995, none of you remember that day. That was the Million Man March in Washington, D.C. I was supposed to be there as a keynote speaker for my fraternity, Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, out of Baltimore, Maryland. We were founded in 1963. We're not like Martin Luther King and the rest of the black people you know. We're the outlaws. We're the revolutionaries. We stand up. We don't bow down. We fight back. Bobby Rush out of Chicago is my fraternity brother. Obama couldn't get in. He's skull and bones from Harvard. Michelle Obama was a great person. My favorite president of all time is not Lincoln or Washington. It's Franklin Roosevelt. Franklin Roosevelt did something amazing that affects everybody. He invented Social Security, which is now broke. Now, all of this has something to do with something I'm going to talk about the last minute. I'm not a politician. I'm not a cop. I'm not even a crook. But I did one thing better than anybody. On August 1st, 1996, my wife, let me back up, my wife is Shawanda L. Cross. We're still legally married. She lives in Bloomington. We separated September 4th, 2004. All my kids are from Bloomington, Illinois. They all are high school graduates. Kiara just graduated from Lincoln last week, and she's married to Artis Thompson. My other twins, Kaylin Cross is Sergeant Cross in San Diego. He comes home in September. His twin sister Camila graduated from Edwardsville, and she goes to Korea to student teach. And my youngest one, he's the knucklehead. He's a genius at Minnesota on the swim scholarship. Got a 34 in his ACT in Pittsburgh. She got a 36. Should have went to Wesleyan, but he didn't want to. Now, my problem is I love 3 things: people, sports, and food. I'm a Missouri Tiger fan. I hate U of I. My cousin was Larry Smith on the '89 team. He didn't get any playing time because of horrible coaching. Horrible coaching. Illinois will never win because they have horrible coaching. I am a sponsor of AAU teams. Andre Iguodala, Ray Rice, all these kids played with me, and they all should have been great players, but that school is horrible. It's horrible. But that's not even why I'm here. It's great education. I love that. I attended UIS, for example, 1 class and finished. I attended DePaul for 1 class. These are all grad schools. Attended 7 grad schools and got enough of them at 30 seconds. I am the billionaire bum. I'm a writer. I'm also a billionaire. I inherited it. Actually, I stole it in '96 from the government and gave it to the Salvation Army, kept all the interest. Salvation Army is headquartered in London, England. You did not know that. I have $11 billion I earned because I did something on September 11th at 9:42. I volunteered to serve my country for 20 years as a wind talker. A wind talker is a code breaker. I'm Native American. During World War II, they stopped the Japanese in Germany. I still do that. My program, my sister is April Trinata. She's a Army vet from Afghanistan and Iraq. My program caught somebody saying I'm a blackjack carpenter and a wizard. And I have exactly 1 minute to tell you why the hell I'm here. Trump and all this, some of you don't know, replacement theory. It happened 2 days ago in Buffalo that you should know about. This is important. Spanish, all that's important. I speak 8 languages. That's not important. Replacement theory and the white supremacists are the hell of a problem. Replacement theory was started in 1842. It has to do with not white supremacy at all. It has to do with fear. These people think they're gods, Nordic gods. They're not. The problem is they're in central Illinois, all of them. There's exactly 8 people that should be considered terrorists, that should be murdered. But it was January 6, 2021. former at State Farm, my old company. Willie Brown was my mentor. He's dead. A lot of good people in town I work with. Erica Harrell, her dad is my best friend, Bob Harrell. She's a good girl. Sally Carter's better. James Carter's my best friend at U of I. He should be a lieutenant. He got a 99. His boss got that he didn't get 100. I know every cop that I just spent 14 months in the county because of Rico Bell. Now look at Rico Bell. He's the most successful drug dealer in the history of Champaign. He graduated from Urbana and he's never had a ticket. And he doesn't sell drugs anymore. But anyway, I live here at 1120 Lenore. I don't live there. I help that girl. But her kid goes to Thomas Paine, and that's why I'm here. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next up is Christopher Herluser. Sorry, I have a hard time reading this.
That's probably mine then. I think a lot of what I would have said has already been covered, so I'll try to keep this brief. What I don't understand is why the board is being asked to commit to a whole school model right now before the impact has been evaluated. We've asked questions over and over again. How will this affect student learning outcomes? What will the financial impact be? How will other schools in the district be impacted? What will the monolingual school look like given I think its enrollment would be larger than either current school's enrollment? I don't know for sure because the slides didn't say what the breakdown of the monolingual school would look like, so I can only go with the data that's on the slides. How do the monolingual families feel about this change? If we no longer have neighborhood schools, how will that affect the city of Urbana? The only answer we get to these questions is that it will be determined over the next year. If the committee needs another year to assess the impact and to engage all the relevant stakeholders, then take the year, make a plan, present the plan to the families and the community, the city, and then vote on it. I just don't understand why the board would commit to such a disruptive plan with so many unknowns. The last 3 school years have been marked by one disruption after another. A school year cut short by COVID, a year of Zoom school. This year we've had masks, social distancing, COVID interrupting classes, half the classes being out at a time. You know, these are first, second, third graders whose, half of their school, 2/3 of their school, their entire school career has not been normal. Just when we thought we might finally be getting back to normal, we find out from an email to a listserv that half the schools in half the students in 2 schools might lose their neighborhood school. How can you expect us to support yet another disruption when there isn't even a clear plan of what that's going to look like? And whatever plan there is hasn't been communicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last up is Amy Cotton. If anyone else would like to address the board, please fill out one of these goldenrod forms and hand it to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson, please. What's Amy Cohen? I'm sorry, Amy. I can't read.
It's my handwriting. No apologies are necessary.
I did this last time too.
It's again my handwriting. You're good. You're good. So, dear board members, first and foremost, a sincere thank you for your involvement on the board. 2 weeks ago was my first meeting, and one only takes this position and spends apparently very late hours away from their families for the betterment of our kids. So I'm enormously grateful to you all for that. Thank you. I'm here to continue what has thus far been a one-sided conversation about how to best support the DL program and the implications that this has for 824 kids and their families in our community. I will reiterate my concerns for volunteering elementary-age youth to bear the weight of an additional disruption via a school transition in order to address very real logistic concerns for administrators. Our kids are not okay. Rates of anxiety and depression are at an alarming all-time high among our youth. Introducing another transition, another separation from trusted friends, teachers, and supports is likely not to their benefit. I'm a pediatric psychologist. You do not have to be one to know this. You can see it plain as day in our kids. Our own administration and members of the board sat in this room exactly 2 weeks ago and detailed that our middle and high schools are, quote, on fire, and that we can expect to be attending funerals for our youth if armed police officers are removed from our schools. Our elementary schools are at this moment a literal and figurative safe haven for our kids, and yet here we are creating fires of our own design. While this remains my top concern for the implications of this decision, I'm also concerned about the process the school has undertaken with regard to this decision. Urbana families are not a monolith, and I appreciate that my concerns about this potential transition may not be shared by others. Tonight, I'm grateful for the data that we do have to review, the voices that the committee is in theory listening to. The data clearly suggests that the surveyed families, again, only those in the DL program, and the 5th through 11th grade students, again, only those in the DL program, are not in favor of the proposed model. Inferences I can make from the slide seem to suggest that the committee believes that the reason DL families were against this plan was because they misunderstood important context for these questions. I personally lean towards trusting the parents' perspectives. I hope the school district makes an effort to address their data collection concerns in future surveys if they feel an open-ended question is not landing as intended. Nationwide, we are seeing individuals question their community institutions broadly and their local school systems specifically. Much like introducing school transitions in the aftermath of a national pandemic, not making every effort to be collaborative and transparent with families concerning their youth's well-being seems to be ignoring our larger cultural context and the moment that we're all living in. Even if the end result is a decision that I don't agree with, I will be understanding if I'm allowed to see the larger picture and how this change aligns with families' wishes and, most importantly, greater outcomes for our community's youth. I hope the school district rethinks the manner in which they are making decisions concerning their elementary education. The slide suggests that next steps indicate that the committee would like, in fact, to survey monolingual learners at this point. Why? If we are discounting the survey data that has already been collected to promote a model that your community doesn't support, why spend the time and energy of your volunteers committee when there is a predetermined narrative already written? Data from these and any future conversations should help serve as the foundation for future decisions, rather than some token form of procedural justice following a school board vote. Better together, Urbana. Better together. You are literally wrapped in these words all around this room. We are wrapped in irony in this moment. Come to the table. Talk to your parents. Have a conversation. Listen to your families. Believe them when they talk to you. This is about the kids. Actually be our partner in education. Supported, not siloed. Thank you.
Thank you. One last call. Anyone else wish to address the board?
Paul. Hey, Paul, over here.
Oh, sorry.
Did you have a public comment from Brianna Lawrence that was not read?
I did. If we did, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is that the one that went to Paul's email?
I mean, I did get. I have gotten email, but. Okay, well. Our apologies. Sorry, I just read what was printed in front of me. All right, sorry. Let's, moving on to, there's no call for executive session after tonight's meeting. Is there an approval of tonight's agenda as amended to bring the artwork forward?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up is our unsung hero. Is Larry Simmons
Yeah,
here?
I guess he was here the first time.
Good evening, everyone. As stated, my name is Larry Simmons. I am the Recruitment and Retention Coordinator for the district, and here to talk about the unsung heroes. Work with Ms. Angie Franklin and Ms. Markeisha Parker. So the unsung hero, I'll be brief. I'll be very brief, very brief. The Unsung Hero Awards are staff recognition awards to highlight the things that our staff members do throughout the district that are not always in public view. And so tonight we're just going to briefly show, we have a slide of names of our recipients, and we also have a quick video. And these awards are just a way to show appreciation because we can't show always all of the great things that happen in the district. So this is just a small token of appreciation. So what's playing now, this is just the names of the award recipients by building or by department. And in a moment, we will play the video of the staff video. We want to give a special thanks to Mr. Nathan Jones, who works in the Human Resources Department, who put together the video, put together the music. And the awards will be going out to the district recipients, to the buildings. They will receive a certificate, they will receive a trophy award, and also a note notifying them of who nominated them and what was stated about them. So we want to appreciate the staff and the unsung heroes. Okay, so this will, okay. I also want to state that the awards were staff nominated. There was a nomination form that went out district-wide, and so all the award winners were nominated by their colleagues. Okay, and I think that concludes the slide. I think Mr. Gutzmer has the video. And if not, we can send you all the video.
That's it for the presentation. I forgot to mention, if there were any unsung heroes in attendance, could you please stand? I don't know if they're here or not. Okay. Okay, that is all that we had. Thank you very much.
So, Robbie, we were able to find the email. So with the board's discretion, I'll just try to read this one last public comment. It's from Brianna Lawrence. I was planning to come and say the following myself, but a board that has a policy of not answering emails from constituents will pay more attention to each other than me. So it is better if it comes from one of you. I was on the committee. We were told on the committee from the beginning that the people who were serving were our families with English language learners. I understand the purpose of the program, and I thought we were being told that we should pick the school model that our English language learners families wanted, sorry. That was the commitment until we got the phone interview results back from our liaisons. We were told in committee that 52 responses was a very good response rate, but when it came clear that families largely did not want to move, their concerns were dismissed. We were told by the central office that they did not understand the question and that they wanted to be white adjacent, even though in responses many parents said they preferred the current system because it meant their children were in a more diverse school. They have not gone back to speak to the families about this recommendation. All of the information here is in English, and this will be decided in a forum where many of our Spanish-speaking parents may feel uncomfortable. And I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish, so I can't read the Spanish in the email. The following are all testimonials of our Spanish-speaking families as recommended by liaisons. Oh, this is the forwarded email from the district. According to Dr. Demel's dissertation, testimonials is a form of a counter-narrative that emerges from the field of Latin American studies and offers a way to honor and affirm sources of knowledge that are often overlooked or delegitimized within the counter-narrative. He describes these as critically important in any discussion of bilingual education. More than anything, I hope the administrators and people in charge of the decisions here listen and respect parents' opinions and input. I think it would be beneficial for the program to be in one building so that all resources will be in the same place, but I'll be concerned about keeping the same group of kids together through all elementary school. It is important for kids to learn how to socialize with kids who are different from them and speak different languages. Having the program in one building will limit my kids' interaction with others. It would be really hard for my son to get used to a new building, a new environment, and new classroom without his friends. I like the program to stay as it is now, separate schools, too many students to fit in one building. Some families would have concerns about transportation if their students are moved to a different building. The parent feels that it is a school that would be completely DL. It would be too honed in to Latino culture and Spanish, and that her child would lack exposure to English. The parent prefers that her kids stay at Leal because she is most familiar with this school and would love for all DL students to be together at one school. The changes would be a big issue to adapt with different teachers, peers, in the new building. This parent prefers that the program remain at Leal whether or not DL students are together or separate. The parent likes that her children are able to be exposed to other races and cultures as a mixed DL and monolingual school. The parent prefers for the program to stay the same and continue at Leal. There are too many students already, and the program of moving into one building would probably mean we would have even bigger class sizes. Having the program in one building would also limit the number of students who are not Spanish speakers who can participate in the program. This parent does not care if the students are together or separate. Parents would like Leal School to be in the same school. Homeschool is planning to house the DL program in one building. The parent prefers that the school and DL program stay the same because the parent does not want her child to struggle during his last year at a possible new school with new peers and staff. The parent does not care where the program is going to be held as long as there is good, effective learning going on and that there will be benefit to her child in their adult life. The parent would love for all DL students to be together in one school, and it doesn't matter to her which school it is. The parent is worried After the pandemic, it will just be another stream change in the school environment, peers and new staff. The parent would like an all-DL school, but prefers that it be housed here at Leal. She loves the staff and environment for her children and is most comfortable with the school. The parent would like the program to stay as it is because she loves the school and would find it difficult to get acquainted to a new school. The parent thinks it is very discriminatory to house all of our native Spanish speakers students in one DL school. He feels that the school will be mostly Latino students who will lack exposure to others from different races and backgrounds. Because of this, there will be no true mix of cultures. The parent does not understand why we would want to do this, but will support regardless and stay in the program no matter where it goes. She doesn't believe. Okay. There is no public hearing tonight. Student ambassadors report. Do you have anything, Parker? Not tonight. Thanks for being here. I know you got a busy week, finals coming up and everything, so appreciate your input here tonight. Our first item up is administrative report, our consolidated district plan and ISB discipline improvement plan. We've got a long agenda here tonight, so try to keep up the pace here.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having us here this evening. It's a pleasure to talk with the board and the community about the Consolidated District Plan. We will spend time tonight with the different grant directors and coordinators sharing information about their grants so that you can have an idea of all the great things that we're doing. I will not be reading word for word as a grant person. I can be succinct though, so please let me know if I need to expand on anything. For those of you that have not had any experience with the Consolidated District Plan in your history, this is a document that we put together annually where it combines a lot of the information that used to be provided with every single grant that we produced. Now this has been a way to mainstream it, fine-tune it, and try to make sure that we stay focused in what we are doing. It started about 3 years ago. It involves a lot of the planning questions that we put into thoughts as we put together our grants. Family engagement is a factor that needs to be figured in along with data provided by different groups. And a big phrase this year has been blending and braiding, so all of our grants working together. The CDP itself, it has data that's been collected over the years throughout the school year as well. It comes from different groups, different areas, different committees that we sit on. It also comes from surveys. Recently, Ms. Webster and Mr. Taylor sent out surveys to different groups of people to get some feedback about different areas that they would like to see promoted strongly with the grants that we have. We also have a piece of it that requires us to work with our non-public schools, and Ms. Webster does a great deal of work networking with them to make sure that whenever it's possible, we have a strong working relationship. The CDP focuses on the main areas of academics, social emotional learning, and mental health. They used to combine social emotional learning with mental health, but since COVID has hit, they are asking us to distinguish the two a bit more. Another part of our grants is our teacher, staff, PD. Anything that we're finding that the staff is asking for more support in, we try to find ways to work that in to better support our staff and to better support kids and families. Family engagement is a large piece of this as well. How do we involve our families to make sure that their voices are heard? And then we have a piece that's called the Foster Care Transportation Plan, and that has to do with just emergencies. If students are removed from their home that evening, or even during the day, there are a policy and procedures in place that we must follow to be able to ensure that the student is at their school of origin if that is what the group decides is best for them. What is not part of the CDP is we have some grants that are state level, not necessarily federal level, and they are not entitled. Examples of those would be our Preschool for All, Preschool Expansion, Truancy, and the 21st Century grants, which I think most of you know as SPLASH. So, new this year, it's not included in the plan, but it is being floated out there, and the data was given to us about, Ms. Norton, was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago, asking for us to work to integrate this into the paperwork that we're currently completing. And basically what it's done is it's taken a look since 2016 at our suspension rates here at Urbana and making us take a look to see if there are other better ways to do things. And so from the data analysis, we saw that we were in the top 20% for all but one of the years. We have never been in the top 20% for expulsions, but we are racially disproportionate in our discipline. These are all things that we've been aware of and have been working towards resolution. Strategies for improvement. Right now what we've been doing, fostering a culturally responsive environment. We're working further to align the roles of our SEAs, SIs, and SRSs. And we're also looking at hiring our own board certified analyst that would help us look at behavior and what is it that we could be doing to better support the behaviors we're seeing with our students. The CDP has a timeline, and it comes around every spring. It's important when we follow the timeline simply because we cannot apply or submit our grants for approval until the CDP has been put on file. And the biggest part of that is making sure that we presented it to the board so that we can then put that board date on there and move forward. Basically, we know that some of the grants have been opened up, so we have been able to start working on them, but they can't really be submitted or approved until we've got the CDP taken care of. Tonight we're going to hear from several grant directors. I won't read down through the names there. This slide shows us our entitled programs. So you're looking at Titles 1, 2, 3, 4, and Title 1, 1003A, IDEA, and then the ESSER grants. Last year, the ESSER Grant 1 was not a part of the CDP, but since they've released ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, they are asking that to now be a reportable field in that document. Other grants that we have that aren't necessarily held within the CDP, but we too, again, try to take into consideration how we can use those to better our district. Early childhood, all the different types that we have here. We also have our 21st century and the truancy grants. Okay, grant requirements. All grants need to be applied for individually. Amendments, that means if you want to make a change to a grant that's already been approved, all of those have to be reapproved within 30 days of the end date of the grant. Typically our grant end dates are June 30th, but there are sometimes occasions where it's better for us if we extend it to an August 31st deadline. One thing that's good to note is that anytime we go back to make an amendment, it opens the whole grant up for consideration again. So we always want to be very careful and strategic and making sure that if there are any changes being made, that we're following the guidelines. We have also been asked as a part of the grants is to complete quarterly expenditure reports. In the past, the grants also had to complete reporting requirements, data, every quarter. Now it's just once a year, twice a year for some of the grants. So that has really helped to clean things up. Finally, we use what's called the IWAS platform. It's part of the IASB website. We can do different start and end dates with different grants. I think an example this year would have been the Title 1003A grants did not start until we were well into the beginning of the school year. And we like to be on the front end of things rather than following up. Grants themselves are subject to audit every 2 to 3 years. And tonight what we'll do next is we will have each grant coordinator talk about their particular grants and just give you an overview of what we've been working on. We'll start with Beth Ladd.
Good evening. So our funding is up here for our Preschool for All grant, which is our Urbana Early Childhood. Our funding stayed flat this year, and as you can see by looking at this, most of our funding goes towards our staff and benefits for our personnel. We have have been hearing lots of information about more funding for early childhood, and we are waiting for that to trickle its way down to us and what that might look like moving forward. If you want to go ahead to the next one. Oh, I've got it. I'll go ahead to the next one. There we go. So this is our Preschool for All expansion, which was our 2 classrooms at King Elementary that were full day. And as you all know, unfortunately, we are not going to continue with this for next year. For a variety of reasons, we felt it was best to close it, hopefully temporarily, so we can get a better handle on some things and get better funding and move forward with reopening it again in the future. So that is mine. Do you have a question?
Can I ask a question, Beth?
Yeah.
It was my understanding, which I could be wrong, other board members might want to chime in, but I thought when we did the expansion, it was due to, like, so many students at the one site. Am I right thinking that, or am I wrong thinking that? I was thinking,
It was a grant.
and it was for all day.
It was just a grant that was available, and we decided to go for it and
Yeah.
expand the program.
It was,
Was it-
came, I can't remember, I'm not quite sure exactly when it came through the
Okay.
straight, the PFAE expansion opportunity, but it was just an opportunity that's available to have a full day program.
Okay.
And so we sought that, not because we had to, but because
Okay.
it was available. We definitely know that our families want the full day option. It presented some challenges for us pre and during COVID. And so that's why we put a pause on it. But our goal is to return to asking for that grant in the future. But I don't think it was anything that was required based on our kids. We chose, we were looking at 2 different elementary programs at the time, I think, and ended up at King. We do have lots of students that go to each elementary building, and so there's a benefit to having it in any space, for sure.
Yeah. How have your numbers been this year? Have they been?
So I was pleasantly surprised that we had more students. King was full all year because it's 2 classrooms, so it's a much smaller number to fill. We are where we need to be to maintain our funding at early childhood. We are not at capacity, but we are very close. And I was pleasantly surprised based on how low we were because of lack of screening and lack of families interested in kids coming to school. But we are sending over 150 students onto kindergarten, so we'll start again next year. We had our last screening day today, and we are scheduling screenings for August already and anticipate getting back up to where we need to be.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to present about the Title I grant, which is also known as the Every Student Succeeds Act. The Every Student Succeeds Act focuses on children's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical well-being. There are 3 essential goals of the Every Student Succeeds Act. They are student learning, learning conditions, and elevating educators. The items that we purchased with the Title I grant have been instructional supplies, salaries and benefits, the salary for the reading interventionist at Urbana High School, electronic subscriptions for all grade levels, family engagement events district-wide, culturally relevant text, for all schools K through 12, non-public school support, which Ms. Deacon mentioned briefly, and then technology support. Are there any questions? And the amounts are on the screen. I just kind of skipped over that for the sake of time. Are there any questions about the Title I Every Student Succeeds Act portion?
Just wondering if the inflationary hit has been hard to deal with regards to the tech spend.
I'm sorry?
I just wonder if the recent inflationary hit has been hard to deal with the tech spend.
Not yet. Possibly next year, because we've had some leftovers, but John and I have been working together well, but we have not experienced that this year.
Almost all of our purchases that we're implementing over the summer and throughout this year We actually did the RFPs and put out the quotes 6 or so months ago. So all of the things were quoted before the recent February, March, April inflation numbers.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I am Kelly Russell. I am the program coordinator for the Birth to 3 program at the Urbana Early Childhood School. Our program is a prevention initiative home-based program funded through IASB. We serve expectant families and children birth to age 3, so we serve the district's youngest learners. Our program is housed at Urbana Early Childhood School. We're funded to serve 85 families and 95 children. We have a staff of 5, 4 home visitors, 2 of which are bilingual Spanish speakers. We provide child development and parent education activities in families' homes biweekly. And we also provide monthly play groups for all of our enrolled families. Our program staff complete developmental screenings on all enrolled children and make referrals to early intervention if a delay or a disability is suspected. When children are pre-K ready, we help transition them into Urbana Early Childhood, Champaign Pre-K, or Champaign County Head Start. Anybody have any questions about our Birth to 3 program? Thank you.
I think Mr. Taylor is going to take the next one.
Oh, we were there, John, the one that says D on it, yes. Okay, so this is actually Title I Part D. This is a grant that Jen Roan administers over at Gerber School. She was not able to be here tonight. But this is a small grant that focuses on our students who live at Cunningham Children's Home and go to Gerber. And we didn't come up with the name neglected. That's a state term for students who are in that type of a program. They use the money from this grant every year to enhance some of the programming for students out there. As you can see on the slide, they pay for some additional staff to do their extended school year summer programming there. They fund a public school liaison, which is a person that works for Cunningham Children's Home that connects with our public middle school, high school, when students that live at Cunningham may have a class or some classes over at the middle school or high school to help with coordination of efforts there. Some technology, instructional materials, some professional development, stipends for their therapeutic crisis intervention trainers. So they use it for a variety of different tasks.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Smith, and I am the Director of Professional Development. And I have the next 6 slides. The Title I-A School Improvement Grant 1003A, which is also called the Ill Empower Grant, is built in the capacity of adults to support the continuous improvement of our school-wide systems in order to prepare all of our students for post-secondary success. To achieve this mission, Ill Empower promotes the alignment of supports and also the resources, along with giving the staff professional development. You see here, this is Wiley Elementary School. Each school is able to use their Ill Empower money to support their school improvement plans. And so each one of them have to submit a projected budget, and the budget has to be outlined and has to sync with each one of their school improvement plans and how they are going to also not only give the resources and allocations to the students, but also to benefit the staff with professional development. Ill Empower seeks to build a strong and stable foundation for all of their school-wide systems. So starting way back in 2018, that's when the school report card designated which schools will receive funding and also which schools will receive a designation, which was measured then by the state testing. Now, due to the national pandemic and in resulting in school closures, there were no designations for the 2021-2022 school year. Our 5 schools are Wiley, DPW, Dr. Preston L. Williams Jr. Elementary School, This just outlines how they use their funds. Several of these schools wanted to hire an additional interventionist, and because we are seeking to fill the classroom positions first, what the schools were able to do was to turn their money into instructional materials and supports. This is Urbana Middle School. Please note that each one of our schools has to agree to work with a partner, and our partner is a regional office number 9. Regional office number 9 does contracting services with several agencies to provide not only adult SEL information, also on how teachers can provide differentiation in their studies for the students, how they can go from good to great, and then also sustaining and meeting all those culturally relevant standards as well. This is Thomas Paine Elementary School, Yankee Ridge Elementary School. If you notice the strand, each one of our schools has 4 school improvement goals. They have to include an equity, an SEL, a literacy, and a math goal. The next grant I'm going to talk to you about is the Title II Teacher Quality Grant, which is a very important grant. Great teachers, principals, and other school leaders matter very greatly to our educational system. Yet we have struggled as a nation to provide meaningful support to educators so that they can help their students and families. So what the Title II grant does is it helps us to provide professional development for our teachers, our leaders, our paraprofessionals, and also our administrators. So this year we've done some very unique things. We've provided all of our administrators with an administrator academy of their choice, so they can select what area that they would like to receive professional development in, and that is the training that they attended. We also have teachers that fill out a conference request and they're able to go to workshops. Now, we did not send that many people to workshops this year because of our sub shortages, so we found some ways to do some of those virtual trainings as well. You all know about our Winter Institute, which is a very, very highly sought after event. We were able to not only bring people from the local area, from within our communities, also from the university, but also people that span all across the nation in order to support our staff. Now, last year's focus for Winter Institute was adult SEL, trauma, resiliency, and this year what we did was we focused on trauma, resiliency, also about a new normalcy to education. So we'll never go back to the way things were, but we are trying to create the mind so that they know that from this point forward, we can make and take and do what we need to do in order to support all of our students in our school district. As you notice there, you're probably looking at the bottom and it says recruitment and retention. That is a big component of this grant. And so what we've done is various efforts to make sure that we partner with the Human Resource Department to make sure that we are seeking and trying to fill these positions that are hard to fill. Last but not least, I wanted to call your attention to the PD materials. Those are professional resources and books that we provide pre-K-12 to our staff that need them. What questions do you have for me?
I have a question. So you said recruitment and retention is a large part of this grant, but it's only $3,000. So what do you do with that money?
The other part, it pays for a salary for a recruitment and retention specialist. And so it's up there and it's all part of the grant. The $84,000.
Oh.
Yes.
I was referring to the $3,000 at the bottom.
The $3,000 is just in case. Not all of the recruitment fairs are free. And so what happens is we may have to pay $30, $100, and so that covers those costs. But not all of them charge. And like I said, we partner with the Human Resources Department. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the 7th inning stretch. This slide slipped out of order a bit. Dion, Ms. Webster, we have the Title IV grant. Some years we apply for it and some years we do not. When we do not, you can slide it into the other grants to provide additional funding. This year it was slid into the Title I grant. to be able to help support materials and the learning losses that have occurred. Do you have any questions about Title IV? Then we'll invite Ms. Linda Gibbons.
Oh, hello, everyone. I get to talk about my favorite subject, the 21st Century Community Learning Centers grant. And that is a grant that we've had for quite a while in our district. It is federal funds. It's part of the Title IV legislation, but the grant is overseen by the State Board of Education. So they're the ones that we have contact with. We have 3 grants. They're all competitive. We competed, highly competitive process. The first grant we got was in 2005 for our middle school, which is called our SPLASH program. We ended up with 2 more grants, one for Dr. Williams and King School, and the third one is for Urbana High School and Leal School. So they all have different names. So if you hear like 21st Century, that's Leal or that's King and High School, and the others are all called SPLASH, Students Playing and Learning After School Hours. So let's see. The program is before, after, and summer school programming, so any out-of-school time programming. We're getting ready for a big summer program. You know, we really struggled during COVID. We were fully remote, and we are coming back strong. We have at least 80 children signed up for each of our summer programs. So it's going to be really fun, and there's going to be a lot of activity for our kids. So stop by if you ever have a chance. We'd love to show you around and so you can see what's going on. Our main goals are really to create a safe environment for our students. That's what parents really like about it. Their kids get help with homework and they're in a safe spot. Our kids really like it because they have suffered through COVID, and this is a great time for them to socialize and have some fun and learn about new things. And finally, our staff, they get to do things that they don't usually get to do during the school day. And I just want to say kudos to all of our staff because it's been a tough year, and they stay and work after school and before school with these programs. So they really deserve all the things. And let's see, just in closing, primarily our funds are spent on salary and benefits. We also spend some on purchase services. We have a partner. Urbana Park District has been our partner from the very beginning. And they continue to be, they come in and do instruction with our students a couple of times each week. We're doing recreation services, we're doing academic services, small group tutoring, we do enrichment, and we take kids on field trips. We do some really great field trips, and you'll see those this summer. So we try to really provide opportunities that kids may not have. Spend a lot of money on transportation. Our Leal kids, our ESL and dual language kids, we bus them home, a lot of our students home each evening, and they're primary in our program. Support services and benefits, we have coordinators, that's their focus, their teachers, their administrators during the day, and they're coordinators of this program afterwards. We do an evaluation each year, so we get to see where we're at. We can make changes in our program based on the information. So I will say one last thing. Our King and Dr. Williams programs are coming to an end at the end of the summer. So Tanya Deacon and I just finished a big grant, so we reapplied. We have our fingers crossed. We don't know after all these years if they're going to fund us again, but we are trying. So those are 2 big programs, so we were very, hopefully we will get this next round of funding. Okay. Any questions?
What are the dates for the summer program? Does it vary by school?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
And
So-
does the length vary as well?
Yes. And, I will say that almost all the programs will be taking place in the month of June. We were really hopeful that we would get kids into the buildings, get our teachers done so they can go home in the month of July and part of August to prepare for coming back in the fall. So there's a variety of different lengths, like 21st century programs are 4-week programs. Those are all-day programs. The ESSER programs, which Tanya will talk more about, those are 3-week programs and mornings only. And then there's the summer transition programs. So, but most of those will all take place in the month of June, except for Camp Invention. That will be in the month of July.
And all the dates are on that one pager that we've been sharing out via social media and on the website.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, great, thanks.
Good evening. I'm Shauna Shear, and I am the Director of Urbana Adult Ed, and I also oversee the TAOP grant. The TAOP grant has two main purposes. One is to provide funding for truancy prevention and intervention in our K-12 schools, and the other is to provide a small amount of funding for optional, what they call optional education program, which for our district is the adult education program. You can see how the grant is being spent this year. For the adult ed side of it, I can use it to support instruction, my teachers, or our support services, our guidance, our social workers. So I used most of it for teachers this year, some in materials and some to support some of our building costs, a small amount for those. The majority of the grant goes towards a portion of the SEA salary and benefits for the rest of the district schools. This is the second year of a 3-year cycle, so funding should be stable for next year as well. I'm in the process of writing that now. It just got released this week. And I expect the funding to be about what it was this year and last year. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Hello. So my name is Guadalupe Ricconi. I'm the Director of Multilingual Programs, and I oversee the Title III grants for the district. So Title III is a supplemental grant that is used to serve our emergent bilingual students and families. So largely you'll see from the next slide, it's used in a variety of ways to provide supports, salary and benefits for our native language teachers and staff, as well as supplies and materials, any professional development, travel. We have also offered tuition payments as a part of our Grow Your Own program, as well as any materials for parent engagement activities. I do want to direct your attention to the items on the left. So this is the Immigrant Student Education Program grant. This grant we have actually not received for many years. We were very fortunate to receive this funding this year a few months ago. The way this grant is calculated is based on the past 3 years of enrollment of newcomer students. So as you have heard in many different contexts, the number of newcomer students to our district has rapidly increased over the past 3 years. One of our highest needs right now, in addition to our indigenous populations, is also our refugees from Afghanistan. We have been heavily recruiting a Pashto TA for a couple years now, but now we really are in a dire need to have a Pashto TA. So I will put a plug in. If anyone knows anybody, I would love to talk to them. But that salary would also be something that I would be looking to fund with this grant as well. The other thing I wanted to point out is that while there is money allotted for professional development for teachers, a big challenge this year has been the allocation of subs. While we have the funding to send teachers to conferences, to give them professional development, the lack of substitute teachers has made this virtually impossible. Did you have any questions for me?
Yeah, I was just curious, do you feel like there's strong opportunities in the future to add to this grant pool, knowing that we have a lot of needs in the dual language programs, and just like are there more opportunities out there that you're seeing?
Opportunities for
more grants. Yeah.
Oh, for more grants.
Yes.
So I did mention at the last board meeting one that is still in development at the IASB level, which is the Bilingual Pathways grant.
which is specifically to help certify teachers that are currently practicing teachers to add their ESL and bilingual endorsements, or to, right now, I believe the last number I saw is that in the state of Illinois, there are 2,200 teachers that are on provisional licenses. So it would be to help them get their full education as well. Another grant that just came out this past week was specific to supporting immigrant refugees from Afghanistan. So that is one that's on my list to explore and apply for as well. But neither of those, or the immigrant one is not a federal grant, and so I didn't put it on here because it's a federal grant. Good. Anything else?
Thank you.
All right, I have the next two slides, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, long-standing federal entitlement grants. There's a small one, which is the one on the screen right now, that's focused on preschool. This last year was about $83,000. Typically, what we use that money for is for a few of our early childhood teaching assistants. So as you can see that on there, that's what we did this last year. Not projecting any. I'm not sure if there's going to be changes to the grant funding for next year. We did kind of at the close of the school year here get some supplemental funding for FY 22-23 through the ARP funding. They allocated a little extra money for IDEA. We've been talking with our early childhood staff, and we're going to probably buy some additional iPads and some additional apps to help with social communication pieces, if you want to advance to the next one. This is the larger of our two grants that we can use to supplement the education of students with disabilities ages 3 through 22. As you can see on there, the biggest part of that is to fund salaries for 35 teaching assistants. There's a variety of other things we use it for. This is very typical to what we would do in any given year. Some supplemental technology. They have a set aside 5% for professional development, and just there's some examples on there. We have stipends for our therapeutic crisis intervention trainers, making sure our staff that needs to be up to date on that training gets stipends for doing that. This last year we had 20 staff attend the 2021 Fall CU Autism Conference remotely. Much like Ms. Yvonne Smith said earlier, a lot of our PD this year was either remote or recorded because we weren't sending people out to things and didn't have the subs to do that. A few other things on there. We fund a special ed secretary to early childhood and a half-time elementary special education facilitator. That is Katie Madigan, who is also the other half of her job is to be our assistant principal at UECS. There's the amount there. And again, we're getting a little extra money next year through through about the next year and a half that we can spend. And that's a good thing because like I'm not sure about some of our other grants, but we lost a little funding this last year because enrollment went down last year, and that led to a little bit of a dip in what we got this year. So this is going to help true us up a little bit. So we highly appreciate our friends at IASB and the federal government giving us a little extra to do that. I don't know if you have any questions, but that's IDEA.
All right, my name is Tanya Deacon. I'm the director of ESSER grants. And so for our last three slides, we have our ESSER 1. I started back in June, July of last year. ESSER 1 had been run and managed by a group effort, I believe, led by Dion Webster, and then Carol Baker helped out quite a bit as well, putting together the funding and determining where it would be spent. So we did have all of the funds spent for ESSER 1, which was $1,448,831. That was spent by the end of August last year. Then, last spring and summer, they announced ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So ESSER 2, for us, that is $6,262,920. With that funding, we've been able to, we started out purchasing PPE and testing supplies. Then Carol and now Katie were able to obtain a FEMA grant. So we're doing that blending and braiding again, where we'll use money from that, and then we'll use ESSER to kind of finish off if it's not all covered. We also did a lot with air purification throughout the district. We had our HVAC upgrades and air machines set up to keep things healthy. We also created better outdoor spaces so that we could socially distance as the school year started. We have done several upgrades to the secondary buildings. One of the things we had were the two, the mobile classrooms outside the middle school. We have also earmarked construction for $1,687,570 to go towards some projects primarily at Thomas Paine. And then just a lot of enhanced cleaning, nurses' salaries, technician salaries, and custodial salaries for ESSER 2. ESSER 3, that grant is $14,469,686. It comes with a lot more requirements and things that we must do as a district in spending that money. 20% of the funds have to go to learning loss and learning recovery. Of that, we also have to spend certain amounts of money on summer school or summer enrichment and after-school programs. So what we had done during the school year this year, the buildings that did not have 21st century grants, which would be Yankee Ridge, Thomas Paine, and I just lost it. Thank you, Wiley. And we were able to put some after-school programs in place there. I will say that it was a challenge because we could not find staff that felt that they had the energy some days to continue. So we worked with each of those buildings to figure out what would be a good way to give our kids additional instructional time as opposed to not being able to have something for the kids at all. So those programs are a little shorter and only 2 days during the week. We'll reassess as we come in this fall to determine what we want to do for programming at that point. So once we have that 20%, and we spent more than that, or have been, we also purchased curriculum materials and digital upgrades on web-based programming. We are paying for clinical professionals and SEAs, nurses, technicians, custodians. We're doing facility upgrades, benchmark assessments, and technology upgrades. Do you have any questions about the ESSER grants? There is a link on the home page for the school district, bottom right-hand corner, that says to the ESSER how we're spending that money. That's part of what we have to register with the state as well. That was our team, and we'd like to make sure we also thank Dr. Ivory Tatum, Katie Rowland, Carol before her, Kim Norton, and Erica Uscali. While they are not necessarily writing the grants directly, they're providing a lot of support and information to help us get the job done. So, all right, June 7th board meeting is when we'll ask if you would be willing to approve the CDP so that we can get that filed with the state and move forward with next year's grants. Questions?
Any questions overall, board members? All right, please be sure to send administration any questions you have prior to our next board meeting so we can be prepared to vote. Thank you very much.
For your time. Thank you.
Next up is our Spanish Dual Language Evaluation Committee presentation, part 2.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're going to present the second part of our Spanish dual language programming. And just a reminder, tonight this is an administrative report. It is not an action item this evening. We would like to thank all of our committee members for their dedication and time and hard work in this process over the last several months. As you can see on the slide, the committee is representative of district staff, comprised of teachers and administrators, DL parents, and then some committee members that were both district staff and dual language parents. The criteria for the committee selection was that individuals complete an advertised application. It was also important that they were able to be present at all the meetings, so that was one criteria with the application process, that they could commit to the meetings. That they are also a current parent of a student in the dual language program. We sought representatives across all dual language buildings, for example, elementary, middle, and high. And we included parents from multiple grade levels within the program across all DL buildings, as we wanted to make sure we had, as much as possible, a span of grade levels presented for dual language for Leal, Dr. Williams, UMS, and UHS. And we strive to have an equitable balance between our elementary schools. We included district and building staff that work directly with the program, since this was a recommendation for dual language. And we also included a racially diverse representation of our membership. So the focus of the committee, and this began in late January, but many of the topics were discussed, recruitment of new staff and multiple positions and levels. We've talked about the concerns that we've had long-term subs in place. Also, retention of our current multilingual teachers and staff, collaboration, resources was a large part of that. Strategically planning time at all levels, so incorporating more time for that collaboration across elementary, middle school, and high school. And then expanding the UMS schedules due to an increase in enrollment with a large 6th grade class that will be entering UMS. At the high school level, we spoke about and really were thoughtful with being culturally and linguistically responsible, so that it's not a school within a school, but we really talked about signage and resources for students and families to make sure that we're being culturally and linguistically responsive. Planning for additional space needs for a large number of multilingual incoming kindergartners, and overall increased elementary program size. And then we also used a rubric collecting data with 7 strands that we'll discuss further in the other slides.
So I am going to go through the slides that list the different feedback from the different surveys. So with the student survey feedback, I would like to clarify that this survey was only administered to students in 5th grade through 11th grade. The committee felt that students kindergarten through 4th also had important feedback and voices to be heard, but they didn't feel that the survey format was most appropriate for them. So you'll see on a future slide that the teachers suggested doing this as a topic for their morning meetings. So for the students 5th grade through 11th grade, this was the response. As you can see, it was predominantly students from Urbana Middle School that responded here, and these are the languages that they identified that were their home languages. For all of these groups, we asked the same question, which is currently our elementary Spanish DL program is split between Leal and Dr. Williams. Which of the following is your preferred option for the future of the program? You can see from the responses, with each number, we also looked specifically at students who self-identified as Hispanic and Latino and what their responses were for each section. And again, as the middle school was the largest contributor to these responses, they have the highest numbers in feedback. This is the information from the teacher-led small groups. As I had said, teachers did this during morning meetings. Some of you that may have students in the program, maybe your kids had talked about it. So in summary, what the teachers chose to note was that, you know, some classes chose to do a vote with their kids, some classes didn't. They really wanted it to just be an open family conversation between them and the students. They felt that the students in general were split. Teachers felt that some of the hesitation in combining the program really came from their discomfort about having the risk of having to change schools. But when they were specifically asked about whether future students who would be starting over in the program as kindergartners, you know, how do they think students would feel? And the students commented that they felt that it would provide a better experience for the students. Students commented that they felt that it would have been more comfortable speaking Spanish of their peers, and that was a comment made by a monolingual student, an English dominant student, excuse me. It would have been more of an opportunity to learn from my peers. I could have had more people to talk to within the building if there was an issue. Specifically, this was in reference to if something happens on the playground and I get hurt, there's no one on the playground, or there's limited staff in the building who can understand if something happens to me. They would have learned more Spanish because it would have been everywhere in the building. Students felt that in their current setting, they didn't hear much Spanish outside of the classroom, that Spanish instruction is happening strictly inside the classroom. Some students felt that, you know, the concern about segregation if DL was combined, and others felt that their current environment was more segregated. Students didn't always feel that they had friends outside of the program, and the students that did have friends outside of the program are the ones that had access to after-school opportunities, or were the English dominant students. And students felt that a DL building would have had more of a universal understanding of their cultural differences. Next was the summary of the teacher feedback. So you can see that there were 52 responses between all staff at Dr. Williams, Leal, UMS, and UHS. The committee selected to send the survey just to the dual language staff at the middle school and the high school. So you can see that the majority of responses in this case, oh, Joe, you need to drive. Okay. Thanks, John. That the majority of the responses came from Dr. Williams in this case. Specifically, I think it's important to look at the classroom teacher numbers. And I say this because the specialized teachers and the support teachers are inclusive of teachers who work with dual language students but do not exclusively serve dual language students. For example, Fine Arts has the dual language classes plus all the monolingual classes, as does library, as does special education and the social workers, etc. So if you look at the dual language teacher responses, specifically teachers that work in the classroom, you will see that total there were 20 that responded, right? Yes, no, 13 that responded, dual language teachers in total. There were non-dual language teachers that also participated in the survey, all staff in the buildings. Anyone who's on the listservs at dual language, or who was on the listserv at Leal or Dr. Williams, got the opportunity to provide feedback. So as you can see, these are the different areas that provided feedback. I know this is a little hard to read. I apologize, so I am not going to read all of this, but what I did want to point out is that on the left are the responses of dual language classroom teachers, dual language ESP, which is paraprofessionals, the specialized teachers, as well as the support teachers. And on the right, there are the class non-dual language staff in the same categories. So as you can see, just looking at the dual language classroom teachers, you can see that 9 of them felt that they wanted to combine. 2 felt that they couldn't answer. 4 had no preference. And 4 felt that they wanted to keep the program in 2 schools. So something that came from the dual language teachers was a question that said, are our voices going to be considered more than the voices of people that don't work in this program? And that's a decision that's up to you all. You know, as their leader, as the director, obviously I value their voice, you know, more than anything. So I just wanted to point that out. And then a summary of the parent survey. So 127 parents responded to the survey. These are the languages that they elected to respond in, as well as a breakdown by school. So you can see that the largest response group came from Leal, and the largest racial identification that responded to the survey, and this is the actual Google survey, was the white families from Leo. Thanks, Joe. And again, these are the same charts broken down by race. I do want to point out that in these charts, they were only included of the dual language parents kindergarten through 5th grade. There were 2 responses that only had middle school children, but for the purpose of this conversation about Leo and Dr. Williams, they were excluded from this. I just want to be very transparent about that. I think you will see from the survey, you know, what you've heard tonight is accurate. The people who completed the survey did feel that keeping the program in 2 schools was their choice. I would like to tie that, however, to one of the earlier messages that Mr. Pulaski read that had all of the narrative comments from a lot of our Latino families that stated that they don't really care where it is, but or if we combine a program, but we would rather have it at Leo. And I think that was a similar sentiment that came in the narrative comments in some of these surveys, and I'm happy to share those if asked. So. This was a question that some of the committee members wanted to include. It's specifically asking of the non-Latinx, non-Spanish speaking families that have applied to participate in dual language. And the question was, if your family had to apply to participate, would you choose to continue participating if the program was not in your home school? So again, this is not Latinx families. This is just families that have applied. And 46 said no, but 43 of those families were from Leo. 21 said that they would, and that was 11 from Leo and 10 from Dr. Williams. So this was the parent liaison small group feedback. So the 3 parent liaisons have felt that, especially through the pandemic, surveys are just very challenging for families to complete. We send out a lot of surveys, you all know that, and it's very overwhelming for families. So they really wanted to go out into the community and have conversations with families. In addition to this, we also did 2 focus groups. We did a focus group night at Urbana Middle School, where the parent liaisons and a committee member also led those conversations as well. Again, these were the responses. You'll see that the majority of the responses came from Leo again, and they felt that, you know, they wanted the program in 2 schools. But again, going back to some of the comments you heard earlier, you know, we want to keep it in 2 schools because we don't want to leave Leo. And because the majority of responses were from Leo, that's kind of where that narrative was coming from.
Okay, my turn. Thank you. Joe Wiemelt, principal at Urbana Middle School, and will be working with secondary dual language programs next year. I served on the committee as well and primarily focused my work at the secondary level and the subgroups and the breakouts, but happy to help collaborate on the work moving forward at K-12, although my primary focus is secondary. My particular section tonight is in regards to, we wanted to put together some slides of questions that we've been getting since the committee was formed, and as we've presented over the last couple weeks here at the board level. They're not, every question may not be answered in these slides, and definitely here for further questions, but these are some of the more common ones that we've heard from families, from different stakeholders, students, et cetera. The first one in regards to concerns that going to one school model would increase forms of segregation, and so children no longer being exposed to students from other races or cultural groups. And so while there would be an increase in the percentage of Latinx students in one particular building if we went to one school, there's a lot of other areas that would become more diverse than the current 2 settings where the strand models are happening. And so, you know, it's one of those questions that can be answered in a variety of ways. In regards to how we define segregation, what that means based on the participant, based on your previous experience and your lived experience. There are a lot of, as we've heard in public comment tonight, a lot of people who feel that it is would be more segregated in this particular approach. And there are families and folks who believe we're already segregated in different ways within strand models. And so the question becomes, how do we work to desegregate regardless of the context of which we're in, regardless of the program model? So my particular research for my dissertation and some of the research I've published was at a school that was 95% Latinx, and I would classify as a school that was very highly resourced and supported, even though it was 95% Latinx. So just in and of itself, the student population doesn't automatically mean segregated. So we have to look historically at what segregation meant in terms of resources and opportunities, as well as just the makeup of students. But specifically, as we look at the next slide, the table, you can see where different areas, different subgroups or different components of diversity of our student body would go up or down moving into one school model, right? So we would see an increase of Latinx students in one building, but we would see a decrease or an increase of white students in different aspects, right? So if we went to one school, there would be more white students in that school than there are currently at Dr. Williams, for example. There would be a decrease in the percentage of students with IEPs at one dual language school than there are currently. So there's a mixture of how this shifts and changes based on one school versus a strand model. So you have this and we can talk further about this question as we go. Next question is the common question around class size or overall school enrollment. And so as we're looking at current numbers at the elementary level, by moving to one school, it would actually level out the class size issues, right? So we've seen over the course of the different grade levels and classes across the two schools, there are variations in the class size based on the school that you're at and the grade level. So in some grade levels, there would be fewer students in the classroom across the grade level than there currently are. So class sizes would just level out more so across the grades and across the two schools moving into one school, not so much increasing the overall class sizes. So there are some class sizes that are small. For example, I don't remember which grade level, but Lupe would be able to say, right, there's one class, second grade, let's say at Leal, that is much smaller than the two classes at Dr. Williams, but you could combine those right into one school and level out and balance those class sizes. It might be a different grade level.
So currently there is only one second grade at Dr. Williams and there are two at Leal. So the one second grade at Dr. Williams is extremely large, and for the most part of the year did not have a class size adjustment TA. I do want to point that out. We had class size adjustment TAs posted across the district all year. As you know, it's been very hard to recruit staff in general, and TAs and subs have probably been hit the hardest. So these classes have not only been large, but they've also been, in my opinion, understaffed. But as Dr. Wiemelt said, you know, hypothetically speaking, if these three second grades were in one building, they could have been more leveled out, and you wouldn't have one teacher that is, you know, extremely overwhelmed, while two teachers, you know, are still overwhelmed, but maybe not necessarily with as many bodies in the classroom.
And the last thing I'll mention there, the monolingual classes. So right now, there's been concerns brought to the district level and the board level about the size of monolingual classrooms at the Strand model school sites. So this would help balance out those class size issues too, because for example, at Leal, if there's a monolingual class and it's the only one at that grade level and it's at capacity, there's nowhere else for them to go in that particular grade level for a student or family that moves in mid-year. And so they would have to go to a different school, which has happened a couple times this year. I think it's 15, I'm looking at the wrong slide, but so if we were to move to a whole school model, there would be a decrease in class sizes theoretically, potentially at the schools, both the monolingual schools and then dual language schools. So it just very much depends year to year trends of population growth and changes, but it doesn't mean automatic that class sizes would increase. Busing is the next one. So we want to really, and this also dovetails into the neighborhood school concept. The majority of our emergent bilingual students, multilingual families, Latinx families are already being bused to school. So those busing routes would continue and in some ways be consolidated, right, if they were able to go to just one school instead of two. But also, right, we would see an increase in students that are currently not being bused to Leal or Dr. Williams. So that would be, more work needs to be done to identify exactly what the busing would look like, but it's doesn't automatically mean an increase. It potentially could be based on which school's chosen and what neighborhoods are, where the neighborhoods are being shifted in terms of attendance boundaries. That's still to be determined. The next question in regards to whole school versus strand model research. There's frankly very little research, right, that outlines or identifies what is better, quote unquote, a whole school model versus a strand model. There's some research out there, but a lot of it is case study research. So you have to look specifically, right, at that case and that context. But also what we know just in general, whether we're talking about dual language or not, we know that school improvement operates across components that are structural and that are relational. And by what I mean by that is the structural components are things like your schedule, like the calendar of the school year, the type of model in this particular context, whole school versus strand model. Those are important and they set the stage for everything else that's relational. And by relational, I mean more context specific in the relationships and the work of the human beings in the school, right? So how we're teaching, what we're teaching, the beliefs and mindsets we have about each other and about students is the most meaningful piece of school improvement and student learning. So the model, we believe, right, as a committee, which is why we're talking about one school model, creates more opportunities for increasing the standards, the strategies, and the self-levers in regards to the relational components of improvement. But in and of itself, there's not a definite answer that one is better than the other. It really is what's the context in which you're operating to make that model better. A couple more slides for me. How will this affect DL teacher retention? And so this has been an ongoing, right, point, a question from lots of folks. We've had a lot of teachers tell us, I've had teachers tell me directly that they're very concerned about the workload that DL teachers have and that they're considering moving into monolingual classrooms due to class sizes, due to the lack of the ability to have collaboration time, all of those things that we've been talking about throughout this committee. But there's specific information here in regards to, we have not specifically surveyed teachers to say, if we go to one school model, will you stay? But this is just the conversations that we've been having and the work and the feedback that we've been receiving more informally across the past several years in regards to why teachers are leaving, why teachers are staying, why teachers are going to IPA, why they're not, why teachers, so on and so forth, right? And you can see how turnover has increased over the last 5 years at the bottom. And then the survey data does not align with this recommendation, which is true. So I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat or change the fact that the data from surveys, the data from the focus groups says that the majority of families and students that were polled or that were surveyed or that were interviewed are saying they want to keep things the same. We believe that's real, but that a lot of what we heard and a lot of what we read has just some misconceptions of what one school looks like. Doesn't mean that they're wrong and that we don't, that their beliefs and opinions are wrong. It's just misconceptions of what we could do in a one school model. So there is more work that needs to be done in regards to helping people understand what a one school model would look like and how it would operate, right? Some of those misconceptions was what we've highlighted in these previous slides in regards to class sizes or in regards to segregation, in regards to other areas. And so I don't want to, I'm speaking for the committee because I'm here presenting, but I want to emphasize that it's not about not believing that those who responded don't know what, like that we don't believe them or that they're inaccurate. What we heard are just some misconceptions that we need to clear up. Why weren't the voices of the families from monolingual classrooms heard by this committee? That was a question last time. And so we just wanted to reemphasize that our charge as a committee, so my role and other people's roles in the committee was to review the current programming for emergent bilingual learners, multilingual learners, and make recommendations for improvement of those programs. So we did not seek out and survey families who are not in dual language programming because that was not our charge in the particular context of which we were operating as a committee. There's other information listed here. If that's the request of the board moving forward, that's the request of the board moving forward. But our charge was to seek out the best ways we can work to improve our programming for emergent bilinguals, multilingual students. And why isn't academic data being reviewed as part of this decision? So there's a lot of reasons that are listed here. We did not come into this committee doing a review of academic data as at our forefront. We were reviewing much more about those who were on the committee and perspectives and experiences and ways in which we can improve, aligning to that rubric from the Center for Applied Linguistics, which does not specifically ask for student outcome or student achievement data. It's much more about the voices of the participants that are working through that rubric. And so that's the process that we undertook. Again, if the board wants us to bring student achievement data forward, we can work on bringing that forward. But that was not that's just not what we did as a part of this working group committee. But we will have the opportunity to look at more longitudinal assessment data over the last 10 years and moving forward with the equity audit that the board just established moving forward. And that's definitely a big charge of that process, is looking at how all of our students, BIPOC students, are performing over the last several years, which would be part of the dual language program as well. And that was my last slide.
So, in summary, the committee, looked at all the information, all the discussions that were had, and individually, on their own, were given a survey and asked what their vote would be. We didn't have this as a large discussion. It was all done on their own. And at this time, the committee has elected to recommend that the elementary strand model be combined into one whole building. In order to plan for all these adjustments, the plan is for next year to be a year where the committee just reviews how to make this a smooth transition for everyone involved. And no structural changes are planned for the dual language model for next year. The location of the model, as we have heard, is to be determined. That's part of the conversation that the continuation of the planning meeting needs to have next year, and look at all the factors involved. I do want to point out that there were 31 committee members, but only 21 voted. Dr. Ivy Tatum, Ms. Norton, and I elected not to vote. 28, I'm sorry. And we did ask in the survey, what is your rationale for your vote? And many members that chose either to have no preference or say that they were, or the option unable to answer, were either they needed more information, or we had some secondary stakeholders that said, this doesn't directly impact me. I don't feel comfortable voting one way or another. Thanks. So some of the projected impacts of what a whole school model could be. So that would be increased DL teacher retention. As Dr. Wemel had mentioned, having more balanced class sizes. The committee discussed ways to increase collaboration and to increase overall support for the students and families in the building. Budgetary, that could be, that would be reducing the number of FTE. So I put this here as an example. If we did hypothetically do this next year, currently there are 21 classrooms between Leal and Dr. Williams. Because you can more evenly balance the classrooms across each grade level, you would actually reduce down to 18 classrooms. Again, if we were to do this next year, which is not what we're planning to do, I just wanted to give that as an example. For transportation, routes, as Dr. Wemel had mentioned, our emergent bilingual student bus routes could be combined. Many of the students do live in the same neighborhoods, but because of trying to balance the strands across buildings, some of them might have a neighbor that goes to the other school. So that would actually help combine some routes as well. As well as an overall benefit for the district is that the application procedure would change, so that way everyone in the district and every single homeschool would have the opportunity to apply. Currently, we give priority to families that apply that are already housed at Leal or housed at Dr. Williams. This would actually kind of remove that priority opportunity and actually provide more of an equitable opportunity to every family in the district.
So to reiterate some points that Mrs. Riccone stated, the plan is next year would be continued planning and really focusing on expanding recruitment and retention efforts, working on funding resources for incentivizing positions, addressing current staff concerns, in order to improve retention, and some of those pieces are already being planned next year as far as more collaboration. Year-long planning phase to support transition to a recommended program model, examining the financial impact study of any of these changes, determining how to address any impacts across the entire district, and including voices, both monolingual and dual language from both Dr. Williams and Leal. Developing a strategic plan for improvements based on the result of the guiding principles of dual language rubric that was mentioned that the committee reviewed with those 7 strands, which are program structure, curriculum, instruction, assessment and accountability, staff quality and professional development, family and community, and support and resources. And so also within those strands is reimagining curriculum delivery or thematic approaches, and intentionally supporting newcomers at every level, and creating a comprehensive plan for professional development and really focusing specifically for dual language. So 2 main areas that we want to look at if we move forward and we do not combine is 1, building capacity, and 2, staff retention. And with building capacity, some of the concerns that we've had at both Dr. Williams and Leal is the student enrollment, and looking at, as Mrs. Riccone mentioned, some of, and Dr. Wiemelt, the class size concerns that we're having. And there's been times where we've had to really not welcome our families when there's not space within their home school or within their school, and they've been overflow students and we've had to move them to another school due to capacity. Both Leal and Dr. Williams will continue the need to evaluate this overflow reassignment and determine reassignment once a monolingual classroom is at full capacity. This year alone, Dr. Williams reassigned 53 students over the entire school year, and Leal reassigned 5, and we really noticed that beginning in about January, but Dr. Williams was from the start of school, that we didn't have space. So some questions that we posed is, do we stop posting for adjustment TAs and immediately reassign students once a classroom has reached capacity? Or do we stop accepting monolingual petitioners to both Leal and DPW? And I'm experiencing that every day. There's a lot of questions from our families as they're sending petitions in right now. And we notify families after we have centralized registration, because we can't make a determination now until we really see who's returning and what those class sizes are going to look like. As classroom spaces are needed for overall growth, we'll have some very difficult decisions to make within our buildings and really examine the classroom spaces that we have if we would need to open more classrooms, and evaluate the space for fine arts, music, dance, drama, the after-school child program, and determine how we would utilize our space within those buildings. If DL enrollment continues to increase in subsequent years, we will need to reevaluate the linguistic makeup of the DL classroom. So all of those areas are concerns related to the building capacity. And then second is staff retention and anticipating the continuation of dual language teacher turnover and the need for long-term subs. That's been definitely a challenge. And dual language certified teacher positions, those are going to continue to be a challenge to hire when we have 2 separate schools, and looking at human resources and time and tangible resources are all concerns. Any questions for us?
Board members' comments or questions? Who would like to go first? So Ravi, go ahead.
Sure.
So on that first slide, when Dr. Wheatmelt was going over about the the racial breakdown of the schools and how it would switch to a monolingual school, what you don't have on that graph is the school that is not the dual language school. What happens to, there's a lot of comments made, or the way I guess the tone of the comments is that there's a lot of dislike for the white families at Lille expressing their opinions. But if you take all of the native Spanish speakers out of that school, are you just going to be left with a lot of angry white people that you have to listen to? Or what is the racial breakdown at Lille if Dr. Williams becomes the dual language school?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. Are you saying that if we move to a whole school model, what happens to the other half
Yes.
of the families?
Yeah.
So
I mean-
I don't believe that it was ever stated, and committee leadership, correct me if I'm wrong, that it would be an even switch of students from one school to the other.
Yeah.
In the planning process, as far as the continuation planning process to help with the transition, that would be some of this discussion, because there are buildings that are under the bus limit for both Dr. Williams and for Lille. One of the conversations could, and I say could, be, do we offer families the opportunity to attend, a school that is still close to them? So I guess it wouldn't necessarily just be an even flip, necessarily. It could be,
True.
but.
But the answer to the question about, go back to the prior slide.
Go back to which slide? I'm sorry.
The slide before this one.
This one.
The question is, children will no longer be able to be exposed to other races and cultures as they are now at mixed dual language and monolingual schools. And your answer to that is on that graph, or that table, where you say, oh, well, the single dual language school will still be very diverse. But what happens to the other schools? And clearly we don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I get it. It would depend on how it's done in terms of the students. The school that is not chosen for dual language, like what Lupe was saying in terms of how that school would be filled with other students. But as a district that is predominantly students of color, I don't think that if this were Lille, if we're using this example still, that it would be all white, an all white school, because of the fact that the remainder of the community is primarily composed of the majority of students of color. But I can't answer exactly what the percentage would be at this point. If we went this decision and it were at Dr. Williams, what would happen at Lille? It would probably, obviously not be as many Latinx students, but it would shift to Black and multiracial students being enrolled there, more so than there currently is an assumption. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, well, figuring that out would probably help alleviate a lot of people's concerns about it not being racially diverse anymore. Because a lot of the comments received thus far is that's one of the things people like about it, that school, is that there's a lot of diversity. And if you could say, well, there still will be a lot of diversity at that school, then that will help alleviate a lot of those concerns. But if you're like, well, I don't know yet, then it goes back to that comment about this is putting the cart before the horse. We're making a decision before we know anything about the actual results. Along those lines, the table where you have where all the number of dual language teachers leaving by year, at one point we got to say International Prep Academy is saturated with positions. So when they were building that program in Unit 4, they had to fill it up. So they're over here poaching all the teachers. And so, that's going to hit a steady state. So it very well may be that in subsequent years, we don't lose as many teachers, but just because they'd have to leave the county in order to have another job.
So I do want to comment a little bit about the difference between the hiring structure at IPA and the hiring structure for us. So we are a 90-10 model, which means that every teacher from kindergarten through 3rd grade has to be a bilingual endorsed teacher. At IPA, they're a 50-50 model, so they have the opportunity to team teach and have one teacher who does not speak Spanish and only provide instruction in English, and team teach with a teacher who speaks Spanish, and then they flip kids. We're doing that this year at Leal. We have done that before at Dr. Williams. It is a great way to address staffing shortages, but that's not something you can do with a 90-10 model. In order for us to be able to do that, we would have to completely revamp the instructional structure that we have for dual language.
That really doesn't address what I was just saying, but, you know.
So I think what Robbie was saying is their enrollment is increasing just like ours is, and there's a continual need to add classes.
No, what I'm saying is when they built the school and there were no teachers in it, they were like, well, we need some teachers. Where will we recruit them from? Well, let's recruit them from down the street.
Sure.
And now that the building is full of teachers, they don't necessarily have to come after us necessarily.
So we're in a
You know,
university
there'll be a steady
town,
state.
and people leave. So
Yeah,
we know
people
of a
do leave.
teacher who used
People
to
move
be
in.
at Dr. Williams, who she's moving up north, and that is, they're already calling our teachers to help to come and fill that space for this person who's leaving. So they have turnover just like we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing I continually go back to, because we know that teacher retention is a big part of this conversation, is, and I'll bring it up again. So I want to say it was maybe 2016, we started this conversation in the district with dual language families because it was about teacher recruitment. We still didn't have teachers at that point. I think we were second grade DL parents at that point. So feels like such a missed opportunity for the district to have had all this time from that point when we knew teachers were still really hard to retain and hire. This is pre-COVID, this is everything else that's adding to the problem. And it was like that whole conversation and work disappeared. And I'm so, like, yeah, I'm saddened because it seems like all of that time could have been used to help identify the benefits of a single strand school that, you know, that are evident too. So I guess I'm just like, why did we not take that opportunity to do some of the work to get to where, like, it seems like the district wants to be with a single strand monolingual school?
I can only speak for the last couple years. I mean,
Sure.
just the fact that we were in a pandemic and we had time that was spent remotely at home, and then a small number of students, you know, that attended last year. Now, there are some efforts with our partnership with IASB as far as recruiting some teachers that we have been able to fill several positions due to that partnership. So that's going to be in place for next year. But I can't speak before.
I mean, I think it's like, so some of this, I mean, these are the same issues that have been occurring for several years. These are not new questions, and it wasn't a formal committee, but there were surveys that went out, and there were parents that were asked in the dual language program very much about the same issues.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
And,
Mhm.
not but and, the issues at that time were more prominent in regards to recruitment, less about retention, and it was more so at that time in student enrollment, which is still part of the issue, and increasing. But it was a conversation about, should we go to a third site, should we go to one site, or should we maintain it at two? At that time, maintaining it at two didn't mean that we were having to send other kids away. It didn't mean that we were at capacity at some classrooms and under in others to the extent that we are now. At that point, I don't remember what year we started having Dr. Williams students. Was it around the same time?
Yeah.
So, but what I don't remember ever, and I could be wrong because I've been out of the role for 5 years, is having monolingual class sizes reach the point where they're at and not have any more space for them at a grade level where the other classes that are dual language or vice versa were not at capacity. And we're still seeing those issues. It seems to be much more prominent, and the upcoming incoming kindergarten group being large again and continuing to be large. So I'm not saying that your point is wrong at all. I'm just adding a little bit more to it, that that yes, we could have done a lot more work between then and now, but the charge at that point was to maintain it at 2 schools, and I think at this point we've reached another level, an increased level of now what, right? I think, to be frank, it was, we're not ready for a 3rd school, we're not ready for 1 school in 2016, so let's try to make it work at 2 schools, and we're back at it again 5 years later, 6 years later. Should we have done more for recruitment intention? Sure. But we're still where we're at right now.
Thank you. Another.
Laura, can I add something with
Sure,
the recruitment
sure.
and retention piece? I think something to keep in mind is that the overall immigrant population in Illinois continues to grow. And it is state policy that when a school district, no matter how big or small, has 20 emergent bilinguals of the same language group in one site, they have to have a bilingual program. 10 years ago, there were not as many bilingual programs are today. So we would go to recruitment fairs and we would all be fighting over the same teachers then. You know, for example, the bilingual recruitment fair in Chicago, there's typically about 40 districts there 10 years ago. And we were all fighting for the same 20, 30 candidates. When we just went this past March, there were at least double that many districts there fighting for the same teachers. So in general, the overall demographic of the state of Illinois and the policies that we all have to implement, it's a shortage for every district. And I speak to other directors frequently. I'm a member of the advisory council for the state board, Department of Bilingual Ed. I mean, so we're all having recruitment and retention challenges.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I see that. I mean, every year it was growing and expanding, and every year it was needing teachers and classes. So, yeah. I guess another suggestion, comment, consideration. I was curious how many parents applied to be on the committee. Do we know that?
I believe we looked at that recently. I don't have it pulled up.
Okay. I mean, I know there were a significant number turned down or not selected. I'm not totally sure what the right terminology is, so I guess I would encourage you in future committee conversations. I guess I'm not sure why we don't allow for more, because we know that people may not stay the whole time, may have other commitments that turn up. So it seems to me that we need more voices at the table. So
I'm not quite sure what is considered significant, or what you're considering significant, but I'm looking.
I guess more than 5.
There weren't more than 5 that were turned down. We, again, did our very best to balance. We can't have a committee that is all Lil parents and no Dr. Williams parents. And so we took all of the Dr. Williams parents who applied, and there were only 2 of them. And then we tried again to balance the parents across, again, this wasn't just an elementary committee. Right, so we tried to have parents across the scope, but we did not turn down 5 Lil parents, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not actually concerned what school they're from. I'm concerned that part of what came up also is that some parents that were selected left the committee. So I'm suggesting that we include more in the future. And another question I had, or comment, is when you're talking about some of the responses, I know how amazing the family liaisons are at all of our schools, and I think it's really valuable that they took the time to go out to different communities and families to speak to parents and guardians and potentially students directly. I am curious, when you started seeing some of that feedback coming in, and it was overwhelmingly more from Leal, did you get a sense what was going on there and about why there wasn't more feedback from the doctor? Because I know that those are strong relationships. So I would think that would be one of your best avenues to directly communicate with your families.
Yeah, so the family liaisons are loved and revered by all of our families. Absolutely, they have great connections with the families. I can't speak to the method to
Mhm.
which one used as
Okay.
opposed to the other. If one was making individual phone calls or the other one was actually making visits and trips.
Mhm.
So, that's definitely something worth analyzing for the future.
Because it does seem like at certain points, it's like this, it's a statement that is made that it's predominantly Leo families. So I would say then
Sure.
we need to continue to push to get more representation if we're concerned that that is not the full picture.
Yep, absolutely, I agree.
I think, go ahead. I think that's what
All right, I actually only have one question, but I have a couple comments at the beginning, and I think I want to start by contextualizing the comment as I am not a dual language parent. I am not at a dual language school. I have absolutely no experience in the dual language program, which in some ways has actually given me an interesting opportunity to do a lot of my own research and talk to people. I had my children have been at Thomas Paine. I've had a kid there for 11 years, not one single kid there for 11 years, but over time. And it's a very, very different experience than what I'm hearing from many people in this room. And so I spent some time talking with dual language teachers and dual language staff to really get a sense of what would this change bring? Because I certainly could not keep up with the mass amount of emails, and we owe apologies to those in the community who we couldn't respond. We have full-time jobs, and trying to respond to 100 emails or more in a day, we didn't get through looking at all of them. And I am also a little rambly at this hour, but a couple of things that stand out to me that I just feel like I need to say in a public forum. The conversation I hear this evening is very much feels like it is missing the spirit of what could be gained from moving into this approach. Now, my question is more about the timing at the end of the day, and that we do need more information. But when I speak to dual language teachers, particularly those who see this as an opportunity, what I heard from them is really powerful. And it's that if you walk into a school building as a white English speaker, you have a privilege to speak to every person in that building. I can go to the principal, the custodian, and all the support staff, and I have no barrier to communication when I walk into Thomas Paine Elementary School. And that is a real privilege that I have. And that is not a privilege that everyone in our community has. And if we had a single building in which every single person in that building spoke the language, it provides an opportunity that is not currently available. And so when I hear kind of the negative tone, and don't get me wrong, if my community school was being threatened, or I was afraid I was going to be moved to another school, it would freak me out. I appreciate the fear, I appreciate the uncertainty, but I also think it's important that we think about the other side of the issue. I did not really hear that represented very well in the public comment, despite the fact that I've heard it from many teachers. So I don't know, perhaps they're too busy doing their jobs to be able to make it to a board meeting and tell us these things. Perhaps it's too high stakes a space to come out and say these things in a room that is, could be read as hostile to some. So I think those things are important to say, number one. Number two, the busing comments, just really hard to hear because most of our schools are majority bused. I mean, I'm a Thomas Paine parent. I live, a mile and a half. My entire neighborhood's bused into Thomas Paine. The golf course community, the up north, we have a huge attendance zone, so the majority of our school is bused in. There certainly is one school, and that's the Leal School, where I'm guessing the majority of kids can walk, and that is a wonderful asset and likely why people live there. But on the other hand, many of our other schools that are community schools, the majority of the kids are getting on a bus every day. And it's a choice that we absolutely made, and we knew we were making it. But I do think it's important that we think about the broader context of busing. So those are my kind of general comments to the other side of what we haven't heard a lot of this evening. My question is more about the timing of all this, because I do think there are questions that could still be answered. We have a room filled with people who have lots of these. And I hear that we have a year-long planning period, and I wonder about the urgency of a vote, which I don't entirely know when a vote will happen necessarily. I think that remains to be seen. But if we took any amount of that year-long planning, assuming we're going to be doing it anyway, and answer some of the questions of the where, the who, the makeup of the buildings, and we had a better sense of what kind of financial shifts will occur, for the better, for the worse. How much more will it cost for buses, or less? So if we had answers to those questions over the next month, 2 months, 3 months, we brought in more people to talk, I think some faith is brought back from the community, and we don't feel quite as rushed that we may have to try to vote on something we're not entirely sure about. So that's sort of a question in a roundabout way. So I'll stop there.
You guys want me? Okay, go.
I guess personally, or individually, I appreciate your comments and thinking about both sides of the issue. And I do think it's a nerve-wracking experience for administrators to be up here and this vulnerable. So I do think that a lot of people, a lot of teachers are leery about speaking out on either side of it. I don't just mean for or against, because you get publicly named when you speak out, when you present at board meetings. So, but to go to your question, I think that's definitely something. This is me individually. That's why I was like, Doc, do you want to take that one or me? I think if the board needs more clarity around some of those issues, then the board needs more clarity around those issues before you can vote as a board. And I think that's a fair request.
So I think the committees, the committee, I don't think is asking for, we are asking, and the group is asking, this is what they are recommending. They're not saying we have to do this. Well, of course, we've talked a lot about having to figure out the logistics, but they want the permission to do the work. This is going to take a lot of work, and I think just the amount of work that the committee has put in from January until now, there are a few in the audience, lots of hours. And so to continue that work, and I was at the Dr. Williams staff meeting yesterday, and the teachers there appealed and said, please don't wait until, they want to start having the conversations at the very beginning of the year so everything can be figured out. Whatever happens is able to be messaged very early in the year. We don't want to be sitting here in May in 2023 still talking about this. And so I think that is what the committee wants. They want to be able to take this recommendation and get into it and really do all of that. Like you emailed me and asked me for all the busing stuff that you're talking about. First students said, oh, when would you like me to get that to you? At the end of the week? And I was like, no, we need it today. That kind of data and that kind of information takes a lot of time, and it just takes a lot of digging into. And I think if we're going to ask this group to continue to do the work, they're going to need months and months and months to do that. So I feel like we would be coming back regularly with here's what we've discovered and here's this decision. We've gone in and we've looked at enrollment, and we've looked at some of our patterns of enrollment. We know when early childhood starts next year, we'll have a better idea of how many kindergartners, how many 5-year-olds come into kindergarten for the next year. Right now we know we have almost 60. If we know that in August, that we have almost 60 kindergartners coming again, wow, that is going to change the scope of the conversations that we have next year. So I think there are a lot of decisions we just can't make right now because we need more information and we need more time. But I think what the committee's saying is this is what they're recommending, and they want permission from the board to be able to move forward and do the work around that topic or that recommendation. Does that make sense? Okay.
No, I think that you added more than I was thinking. That's why you're the superintendent. But I will say, I do think it would be helpful to say, right, we need to make a decision by this date. so that we know, like, what do you have to have in front of you as a board to to vote by this date, and then when do we need to know exactly what school, how much it's gonna cost, et cetera, to start moving that forward? Because I do worry about putting in all this time and effort and then it's no, right?
Yes.
And if it's no, it's no. I'm not saying it has to be yes, but what do you need to know to be able to say yes or no? By when? And then if it's a yes, here's what we need to have ready by a certain date. If it's a no, here's what we have to have ready to maintain the strand model effectively by this date. Like, I think we need to map out some dates.
And we need a good semester for messaging. I mean, like, whatever happens, you know, Robbie's questions about how we flip-flop and who goes where, we want to be able to give families options and choices. We don't want to just say, okay, this group's going here, and we make that decision. We want to be able to give families time to reflect and think about what would be best for them. You know, do I want to put my kid on the bus and go a little bit further because I like that school, or am I going to choose to walk or just continue to walk to school because there are schools around me that are 1.5 miles? So Dr. Williams, Thomas Paine, either building, those kids are 1.5 miles within each other. At Leo, Wiley is 1.5 miles, you know, from Leo. So there are a lot of choices, but we have to make decisions to be able to articulate those choices and give families time to think about what they want to do. So it can't be April. You know, we need to kind of spend the first semester to do the work, and second semester to say, here is our deadline, here's our timeline, and we need to message now.
So I just want to emphasize what you just said. So when you said we want to give families the choices of saying, will I bus to this school or will I walk to this school because it's a little closer? For example, where I live 1.5 miles from Wiley, or I live 2 miles from Dr. Preston Williams. So, you know, if you're saying to me, I get to choose, do I want to walk to Wiley or do I want to bus to Preston Williams? That means we've converted our district to school of choice. Just to be clear, what you just said is we're going to convert the school to school of choice. So that's kind of what the decision is on the table.
Oh.
I think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That is what you said.
Well, so I mean, there'll be a decision on implementation where we would, this district is not going to give up neighborhood schools. You're going to be going to the same, unless you're potentially in a special program, you're going to be going to the school that your neighbor goes to. It just may not necessarily be the school within a stone's throw if we decide to go with this model. Yeah, I think that's what the board would have to decide. There's plenty of places in this town where you go to a school that your neighbor goes to, but it's nowhere near where you live.
Well, that's true. But what I'm saying is, if you're saying, as in your example, you have the choice of going to this school on a bus or this school walking, that is a school of choice issue.
I don't think that's what she was saying. I think she was saying basically that if this happens or whatever, then our district, we do accept petitions. Those petitions are granted based on many, many things, or not granted based on many factors. The numbers of students in each grade, the staffing, things like that. I have a lot of students in my district, they're in the same neighborhood. They don't go to the same school. They could live right next door to each other, and they're at different schools for many different reasons. Maybe it's a DL reason, maybe it's just because where they live at. So, I mean, it is neighborhood schools, but you don't always have to go to the same school as what your very next door neighbor goes to, is what I'm saying.
Well, this district has struggled for years with regards to balance in the schools, and we've complicated it with the deal program in that we've got strands of smaller sizes, which take 6 buildings and effectively turn it into 8 buildings, right? By having the separate programs in the building, and it's been very, very difficult to manage over the years. And we've at one point tried to redraw lines to help balance schools, and we completely screwed that process up because we took 1.5 years to do it and ended up moving 10 kids because it was so politically unpopular. And then what happened later on is we've kind of managed it behind the scenes by kind of when a building fills up, we kind of nudge families, well, there's not really space for you in DPW anymore, but there's space for you in Thomas Paine. Could you possibly go there instead? So we've managed it because frankly, it's politically tough to change boundaries and tell parents their kids are going to a different school. So I appreciate the struggle we're having here, because it's just been what we faced for 10 years. It's part of the cost of having neighborhood schools, because we can't magically have the same number of kindergartners showing up every year based on attendance boundaries. It's just not going to work that way. We're going to have to do some tough work here in figuring out what's the best path forward for the district, and in particular with this decision with regards to staying with the strand model or going to a whole building model. You know, my at first blush, I was like, ugh, I don't like the idea of putting all of our Spanish-speaking kids in one building, but then you hear back from staff members about why that might be a good choice, and it opens you up a little bit. In the end, what I care about most is doing what's best for the Spanish-speaking population in this town. I want to make sure that this program that we do consider a crown jewel of this district is properly resourced and has a long life ahead of it. My question, I guess, I have for administrators is, you know, what do you see as the challenges of staying with the strand model? I mean, what adverse effects would you have to face if this board decided to stay with the strand model?
Yeah, on that one of the last slides has a couple points there, but definitely in regards to class size balancing within that school, and then across the two schools of the strands, right? So we would still have those issues that would be more challenging than if you're in one school, right? So if you got 60 third graders, but 45 of them are at Leal, right? And then 15 are at Dr. Williams, you got one class of 15 and two, so on and so forth. So that remains a challenge if you're in a strand model. Also, the collaboration time piece, particularly if you're one dual language teacher or you're one monolingual teacher at that grade level, you don't have a counterpart that's teaching the similar curriculum, scope and sequence, language allocation plan. You're kind of working on an island. That you would not have that in a whole school model. Some of the other things jump in, Lupe.
Yeah, so we had talked about the space. I think that's a critical component with all of this. Neither building right now has just an empty classroom sitting there. They both need to reallocate space that they've been using for other things in order to make room for a classroom. At this time, we don't know exactly how many more kids we're going to get at centralized registration. We know the kids that have come to Kindergarten Connection. We know the kids that are at early childhood. But if any of these buildings get a whole other classroom's worth of kids that are not in dual language, we may have to explore options of, do we put fine arts or one of the other arts on a cart? Do we look at reallocating maker spaces or other spaces for classrooms, because obviously classrooms take priority? Do we immediately start with some of the things that we had mentioned, stopping taking petitioners at any of these buildings, and just immediately overflow students? Going into a building, and I'm sure Ms. Norton can comment on this, and being told, yeah, this is your school, but you can't stay here. That's one of the hardest conversations that a family has to hear. That is not a welcoming experience for your first time in the district. So I do think that is something that needs to be addressed, because that is the potential that we're just going to have to keep facing that.
And especially, again, and I said it earlier, it is so rough. I've been talking to families because we can't tell them right now if petitions are accepted at this point, when we haven't even had our returning students register or then know how many new students. So we can't do that now, and we don't make those decisions even until August. And so it's very hard, though, when that is their home school and there's not space.
And there's some programming things, like I went and met with Principal Ochoa 2 weeks ago, they have students that are not having some of their IEP needs met because they have no space, they have no sensory space. All of our other buildings have incorporated sensory spaces. So we have a couple of students there who are doing their occupational therapy in the hallway or in these odd little corners because they don't even have a small little office area where they could turn that into a sensory room. So we're actually not meeting the needs of those students. So that is just another example. So
Yeah, one other thing that's up here but hasn't been mentioned directly to your answer, Paul, or to your question, is the possibility that you may have classrooms that no longer even accept native monolingual English speakers coming into it. It would turn into a one-way dual language model and not a two-way due to spacing, right? Because as you said, this is a program that's designed to meet the state and federal requirements for English language learners. They get priority. But if there's a grade level where you just don't have any more space in the classroom for non-Spanish speaking students who are applying in, then it no longer is a two-way dual language program anyway. And you have less of a likelihood of that happening in one school model versus strand model. Because there's, like the very first year we started, the group that's juniors in high school now, when we started there was only space for the first grade group. There was only space for 5 native English speakers in that group. And I remember that being a big concern as we were starting. That was just all the space we had at that time in the strand model. So that's another thing that could potentially happen is we stop allowing in applications for a year or two, or based on a grade level. I also think the other thing that we hear a lot when we're in like conferences or PD sessions, when we were at Winter Institute, we had a keynote speaker has worked for the Center for Applied Linguistics, and he started asking questions about our program, and he said, well, then you're not really a dual language program if you don't have electives in multiple languages, or if you have, he started critiquing holes in the strand model, right? That's tough. And so, whereas you see in whole school models the ability to fill some of those holes that he was poking in, because you're hiring a PE teacher for a dual language school, the priority is a bilingual PE teacher. Whereas currently in strand models, that's not your priority.
Gotcha.
And it goes back to Brian's point about you walk into a school, a strand model, half the school doesn't speak Spanish.
Yeah, it goes for the school nurse, the school psychologist, everything, right?
Yeah. And I do want
Special
to
ed.
add, related to the enrollment, and do we eventually need to discontinue allowing families to apply into dual language? There are a lot of people in this room that applied to participate. This year, letters went out on Friday. We have 18 students from Lille already that are invited to participate in dual language for kindergarten. We have kids on the wait list. So, the interest, in my opinion, isn't going down, which is a great thing. So I would hate to take that away because of space.
So I got 2 more questions. One's for you, one's for the board. I guess, by when would you need a decision for the board with regards to whether or not this board would want you to continue work toward planning on a single building model? And the question I have for the board is, what information do you need from administration and to make that decision?
I think it'd be great to get some sort of budgetary plan with either model or how it would work and roll that out. I think figuring out implementation, I know that's a long process, but what is that, the more you can kind of structure a plan, I think it's easier for parents and guardians and families to imagine themselves going through that plan. So, okay, these are the 3 schools we're looking at. This is how it plays out at these 3 places. Why did we choose these schools? What's the budgetary implication for a plus and a minus? I think that would be helpful. Staffing needs, because I think you're also going to still need to be looking for bilingual staff to accommodate a single model school.
Sure.
I don't have a timeline. I just know this discussion it feels an awful lot like the discussion we were having in 2018 about discipline at the secondary schools, and I think that a lot of the fear and concern and anger and upset and hurt was down to the fact that people didn't feel like they were given a chance to speak. And all of the reasons you gave for why the committee was formed and who formed it makes sense to me, but I listen to this all the time and I get the emails. So even if the perception that people were blindsided isn't actually accurate, it's still a reality to these people. And these are my constituents. A lot of these people who've come to speak today, I've been inundated with in my inbox from people, and I understand their point. I understand your point too. I just want to make sure that everybody gets to hear everything in a timely fashion, not slowing the process down, but also not rushing it, so that people push back against it really hard. Because the worst thing you can do to a well-thought-out plan is to not let everybody know. Even if it's something they don't agree with, I think people are more willing to go along with a plan if it's been explained to them in depth. And, some of the things that I was asking myself, both the last meeting we had and this meeting, is thinking through in real terms, like down to the most granular level. Okay, if we went with this one building model, what would it look like if X happened? And what would it look like if we didn't and we just stayed the course with what we've got? I'm thinking through plans all the way to the utmost degree. And we don't have all the time and money in the world to do that, but just thinking out some of those things for people I think will help a lot with dispelling their fears. And also, and I understand too, just the discussion we had about what makes up a neighborhood school. Well, that's something that people haven't really sat down and thought, well, what does a neighborhood school mean? What does it mean in comparison to Unit 4? That kind of discussion is really fruitful to me, because it made me start questioning, the reality of a neighborhood school versus the wishful thinking of what it feels like to walk across the street and have your school be right there. So, okay, that's aside. The other thing is that, and I know this sounds like just splitting hairs, but it was pointed out, I think, by Mr. Allegretti earlier, that 730 in the board manual says that the school district is divided into attendance areas, and we have to use a lens that considers preventing segregation and the elimination of separating students in the district schools because of color, race, or nationality. I would consider that, being an emergent English learner kind of fits kind of under that. I don't want anybody to have the perception that we're segregating people. We don't want to do that. I don't want anybody even accuse us of that or think about it. If that's something we have to adjust in this wording, then let's do it so that the program can thrive. And it's a new century, and it's new ideas of what schooling means to different people. So, we have to be intentional about it. I don't have an opinion either way right now, because I still am just thinking through everything you guys have told us, and I appreciate all the work you've done. I appreciate all the comments I've gotten from everybody, and I know there's going to be hurt feelings either way with what we do, but I know that you're doing this with intention and with concern, and so I just want to keep doing this for just a few more months until we can feel that people are not blindsided about what we're talking about. I hope that's coherent. And it doesn't answer Paul's question about what timeline. I wish I could say I knew. I hope it can move quickly. I hope we can get this information out quickly so that people can ask us more questions and feel comfortable with the answers that they get.
I think you need a concrete plan that says this will be the single dual language school. This is what the busing cost is going to be. This is where your kid is going to go to school as a result of it. So we actually know what we're talking about. It's just not some hypothetical thing that we have to imagine. And then once you have something concrete, then we can actually decide if it's actually something we're going to do.
And I think Dr. Remelt and I both
Yeah,
said
I don't
that.
think you need a permission to do that. You could have been doing that 5 months ago.
Well, we didn't have a recommendation from the committee.
Right. The committee was charged with trying to determine options for the DL program.
But at some point,
They've done
a switch was made
But
where they decided this was the only solution.
If we would have done that 5 months ago, it would have been referred to as the dean's piece, right? We've been having conversations. This came out of the conversations at the committee level, not like this is what we're going to do 5 months ago.
What I'm saying is, I don't know why you necessarily need the board's permission to do this analysis, but
Well, we need to have the
if we do it without it, then we do it. Sorry,
We need
go
to
ahead.
have the conversations publicly. I think that is part of it. Our work has been happening with the 31 people, or the 30 people. I haven't been there the whole time, but for the 30 folks that have been meeting every other week, they've been having the conversations, but we needed to have the conversations in a bigger space. And the messaging piece, to go to Paul's question, is our intent was not to be here on May 17th having this conversation. Our intent was to be having this conversation in our, hopefully earlier in April. But it has been tough, and so it's taken extra time, extra meetings, to even get to the point where we are today. And I realize next week is the last week of school, and we need to send something out to say, this is the recommendation from the committee, and our intent all along, Ravi, has been what you and Laura just said, is we need to do all of that. We just couldn't, we did not have time to do that from January and April, and that wasn't our intent. Our intent was to go through these rubrics. Going through these rubrics, we saw all of our holes, and we have some gaping holes, and they were glaring in the rubrics. And until we did that work and sat down and had those conversations about curriculum and assessment and PD and all of the strands, we see now we have a lot of work to do. Not just to figure out the budget and the busing, but to make our program better. Those are all things that we intended to do next year.
One thing also to figure out is this thing that Brian Ogalski was talking about, where he has the the privilege to go into Thomas Paine, and talk to anybody because he's a white man. So the thing was, it'd be nice to have a school where you could do that in Spanish to everybody, is what he was saying. Now, is it a pipe dream to expect that you will have cafeteria workers and custodians and everybody in a building that can speak Spanish? Or how much of a reality is that going to be? Is it just going to be the teachers and the teaching assistants? But could you have all of that in a school?
So
I'm thinking it's a pipe dream.
The assistant superintendent in Unit 4, and IPA was the building that I supervised. I was there probably every other week or more than twice a week sometimes. And yes, the majority of the people in that space do speak Spanish, cafeteria workers as well, TAs. It is a very much not just a space where you become bilingual. It is a space where it's a bicultural space. There is not this, I think on one of the slides I saw school within a school, and I think that unfortunately we see that impact in both Leo and Dr. Williams with just space. Like the dual language students eat lunch together because there's not enough space for the dual language and the monolingual, the English only classes to be in the lunchroom at the same time. But in a space where everyone's together all the time, Spanish is spoken. I mean, you in the hallway, you're kind of an oddball if you don't speak Spanish. When the principal and and again, by us being able to combine our resources, we would have that. We'd have special education teachers that speak Spanish. We'd have psychologists. We'd have social workers. Right now, our resources are split between two buildings, but if we were to combine them, then that would be, the secretaries would speak. So I've seen it, and I know it is something that, it may not be every single person, but.
Yeah, well, that's very good, because like the secretaries at Leo speak no Spanish. They just speak loudly and slowly, so it'd be good if you could have that. So it sounds like it's a possibility. But then the other thing is, if for the non-Spanish speaking employees of the district who are seeing all of this energy and effort being put into that, then you also have to worry about what's going to happen to the recruitment and retention of the teachers and staff that feel like they may not be cared about in the district anymore. So you also have to put the emphasis on the other folks as well. You know what I'm saying? So don't leave the English speaking staff behind, because if you have a single school, it's like, hey, I know you were the custodian here for 30 years, but you got to go to the other one now. So that's an issue that has to be thought out too. And that's why I think there's a lot of angst about this whole process, is because it feels like it was all dumped on people in the last week or two, when this is really just a starting point.
Right. We're just getting started. No. Okay, so I guess next steps. Yeah, I mean, this board's going to have to vote eventually on I'm just trying to think through this. Right now, you just want permissions to pursue what it would look like if we decided to go that way, but at some point in the future, we have to, fish or cut bait, right? We gotta either say we're gonna go with this or we're gonna shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm speaking individually. I think we need to know if it sounds like you want more information. I mean, if it's a no right now, tell us now. If it's off the table, tell us now.
I think what you're wanting is an exploratory committee to pursue this idea.
Well, I think we can,
Right.
Yeah, it's either exploratory, would that be a committee of the board?
I think, yeah. I don't blame you, Joe. I think you need an answer now. And the other thing is, too, all of this is gonna take time. Is it totally determined that Leal will be the school?
No.
Or would it, see, that's what I thought. Oh, you're asking for it to be at Leal?
No, we're asking for more information about which schools would provide what opportunities. So if it's Dr. Williams, what does that look like? If it's Leo, what does it look like? Maybe it's Thomas Paine. I mean, that's part of the conversation, hasn't been decided, so.
But.
Yeah.
It's hard to make a vote when you're not, I think that's
And
part of the.
I think part of it is too, there's still gonna be, no matter what we decide, there's still gonna be a lot of unknowns. Because we have students and families who enroll even in October. So it's gonna be hard. There's gonna be a lot of gray area that we will not know until we just dive in, whatever our choice is as a board. I mean, and I don't blame these two at all for, if we're gonna do this, I think we need to let them know. And my thinking is, we just had a committee. These committees work very hard. We had the equity committee. They worked very hard. And now we're hearing from this committee who has met several times and worked very hard on this. They're bringing this to us now. And so I don't blame them. I would want an answer too. I mean,
So can I interject?
Yeah.
I don't think what we're saying is we need to know, like, today.
Right,
that
I
we're gonna
agree.
be able to do this in 23, 24. But I think what we're saying today is if we're gonna put in 6 months worth of work and bring back a proposal and all the pieces, if this is not something that the board is willing to entertain now, then tell us that now, so we can focus our
Right.
time on the things that we need to do for that last slide.
Yes.
And figure out how we're gonna make this work for the next 3 or 4 years, because right now, we can't see beyond 22, 23. And so if this is not a viable option, and we don't, I asked Paul if we could get a straw poll, if people aren't going to be able to buy into this, even in 6 months, then we need to know, because we can't continue to waste time.
Yeah.
And we have too many other areas that we need to focus our efforts. But if we go and do the work and bring back a viable plan, the committee and the other people that we involve, like Laura said, need to know that it's gonna be truly considered and considered for all of its merits, not considered for what we're talking about today, if that makes sense.
I guess one of the benefits of being here for 11 years is I've had a lot of meetings with the two of you over the years, over these subjects, and you came to us when it was a transitional bilingual program, and you told us about the benefits of going dual language. We took a chance on that, and it did well. It did so well, in fact, that we had to expand it to a second building. You did research, you had a committee, she came back to us, and we went to a second building, and that's been a success as well. So, I'm willing to entertain this notion based on my trust in the two of you, myself. But that has to also include the input of the wider district community, everybody, not just the DL folks as part of it. But I'm personally willing to entertain the notion, even though at first blush I was kind of scared of it.
I agree. I trust you. You brought this to us, and I think it would be fabulous to have everything in one building, because our resources are so short, and spread across the district, I think it's very tough, and especially as the numbers keep growing and growing, we're gonna have to be able to have space. One of the things we did as a board member, and several other people who've been on the board, we allocated specific space for the fine arts programs. And I mean, it's sad to say that we're gonna have to maybe use some of those spaces for other areas, you know, other classrooms, thank you, other classrooms, but I think if we had the one school, that it might work out better. So I'm willing to go with this.
To declare that wasn't an absolute vote for yes, we're going to do this.
Poll, straw poll.
But I'm willing to entertain the notion and let you guys plan some more, is where I am.
Same for me.
I want to echo what Paul just said. You said it really well, Paul. I trust you both. I know you've been doing this forever, and you've gone out and done even more expansive research than most people. I mean, Joe, I'm still impressed that you went to Spain all those years ago to do all that research, because you really wanted to know how well it could work. And that, to me, is the proof of the pudding. But I think that we have to be brave to get the negative criticism that we will get by expanding it to the wider audience. As Paul said, we have to be willing to hear their voices, even if they disagree with us, because I trust you and I trust the work you're doing, and I just want to know that everybody's getting a chance to be heard. You know, even if it turns out that we don't convince people. I'm not saying yes, absolutely, we're going to go to one building. I'm saying yes, I want you to I want to entertain the possibility, and I want you to do your work, so you can come back to us with a fuller picture. But I also don't want us to shy away from asking as many people as possible their opinions, just because we're afraid that they're going to disagree with us, because I want to hear from everyone and let them know that we are listening.
Understood. And I just want to clarify, that's not why we haven't talked to non-dual
I
language
know
families.
that, but people think that. That's why I said perception is reality for a lot of people, and so I don't
just
want them
wanted
to
to say
think that
it.
I'm glad you did, and I'm glad everybody here heard that. So yeah, let's just keep plowing ahead.
I think we might be surprised and actually find that more people are interested in what could potentially come out of like monostrand school, the more information we give. Like if we can, again, lay it out and provide the same ask that I've just stated, I actually think there's a huge potential that a lot of what we heard, a lot of we heard from tonight, and a lot of those concerns and fears might actually get changed. So, I mean, yes, I think providing more information is vital to moving forward.
Anybody else have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I mean, if we're straw polling for information, I think I probably made clear already that I'm interested in more information, absolutely, and my colleagues have sort of outlined what that information should be. But it is important that we are not, like, the broader community knows we're not taking a vote right now. Things can be twisted if we don't explicitly say these things. So this is not that. It's, we need to know more. We can't vote because we do not have the information available to vote.
Right. Thank you very, very much. It's 11 o'clock, and we've got some stuff to do yet.
Okay. SRO.
So next up is our SRO discussion. Continue.
Very quickly.
Yep.
Thank you. No, you don't need to stay for unless you want to.
Yeah, you can stay if you want, Joe, but you don't have to.
Can you put that's the one from last time, John? Yeah, okay. So, hey, Joe, can you hand me the clicker? Yep. So I'm gonna condense this because I know we have Chief SROs and Deputy Chief Bain who wanted to be here in case the board had additional questions. So I am gonna flip through these because I just wanted to bring back data. The question I had at the end of our last discussion was specifically around data. So we've spent the last 2 weeks really talking about this. I emailed the board and just, I've looked at SRO agreements from all over the state, from LUTA districts. I've looked at some SRO contracts. I looked through a rubric that was shared via a board member. And I've taken board member feedback. And again, I think we are still at a place place where we feel like we're going to do our due diligence collecting this feedback, but I don't know that we have the data specifically that maybe the board thought that we might be able to look at moving forward. So I just want to refresh that conversation because those were the only questions that I received. So we looked at this state's attorney's data last time. I don't think we need to go over that again. And the whole point of showing you this data is around our frequently asked questions, right? Like the things that are happening in the community, we know there are significant increases in gun violence, but the way that we have been managing our program, we're not seeing an increase in the school to prison pipeline in our schools, and that is just a fact. We work very, very hard at that. The data pre-2 SROs, when Chief Serafin came and talked to us about the data prior to 2019, that was not Urbana's story either. So that's this data. So the data even before we had our 2 full-time SROs never really showed that school to prison pipeline as well. And I think the other piece, and Brian shared an article with me that I think is another part of this conversation, is also showing that our SROs are not causing harm. So it isn't just a narrative around are we sending kids to jail, but it's also is the SRO being in our spaces causing harm to our schools. And I don't know that we have that data either. So this is the current data. I shared this last time too. You know, basically this is just for this year because again, we didn't have students in the building. And since the SROs were hired, especially at the high school, except for this year. So again, you can see that we're really utilizing the Youth Assessment Center. There have been some incidents, and we talked about this last time, so I don't need to share all the stories, but there are times when we are going to have to arrest kids because there is something that egregious that has happened. And there have been incidents that has played out. So this was something that I shared with the board in regard to, we look at a lot of discipline data, but again, our SROs are not there to manage discipline. That's not their jobs. So some of these things, the number of referrals, discipline referrals, you know, when kids are sent out of the classrooms, expulsions, which board members, those are hard conversations that we have to have at the board level, in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, incidents of physical aggression. Those are all data points that we collect as a district. Yes, per the discipline improvement plan that was shared earlier. We have some work to do in this area, and we recognize that our data is it is racially disproportionate because the majority of the students in these incidents are our African American kids, and our African American kids are also the students in the community that are most connected to the gun violence, and that's just data that is real data. And so we know that these are areas that we look at as a district. These are structural system areas that we need to improve in, but these are not areas that I feel, this data is not data that we can look at to really demonstrate whether an SRO is effective or not. Again, I've asked in the LUDA. LUDA is the large urban district association, which we're part of. And so I asked superintendent colleagues, send me, if you have an SRO agreement, send it to me. If you've got a contract, I'd like to look at it, because what I was really looking for is like, what are these other districts doing? What data are they, am I missing something? You know, what are other districts looking at? And they really are doing what we're doing. They're collecting feedback from stakeholders. They're having conversations. They're having the conversations with the police departments. Some districts don't even take part in the SRO's evaluation because, of course, just like our SRO, the SROs are employees for the police departments. And so we are going to be giving feedback into those evaluations, but other districts they participate only in an advisory role, and they aren't even doing that part. So I feel like we are ahead of the game because of our partnership and our relationship we have with Urbana Police, that they will take our input and they want our feedback on how their employees are working in our system. So this was a question board member Orr shared some, maybe some additional feedback questions that we could collect. So again, I we didn't collect demographic data, and maybe that's something we could talk about in the future, but this was a question that we thought moving forward we could add this to our feedback survey, is asking the students a question about their interactions with the SRO. Have they been positive? Have they been negative? Some have probably had no interaction at all. And honestly, there's still kids in our high school that you can walk up to and they will say, I didn't know we had an SRO. When did we get an SRO? So I think that is a good question that we can add. So I appreciated Laura sending that. I think that's something we can add to our yearly feedback form. Some other data points that the SROs already collect, at least I know Chad does, and we'll work with Officer Robinson to include this in maybe her data collection. Is the number of home visits, if it was going out with a support staff member or a teacher, if they're doing wellness checks, how often that happens, child welfare checks, and then how often are they involved in classrooms and assemblies and things like that. I think that is another data point that we can collect. Again, we're not trying to give our SROs hours and hours of busy work either. We want them visible in hallways. We want them in the passing periods. We want them in the spaces, you know, not filling out a spreadsheet. But I feel like these are valuable data points that they could collect yearly and share those with us, or even we could review those quarterly, you know, when we have those ongoing conversations with them. SRO training. So we have really heavily utilized the NASRO system. But just because of some of the anti-violence collective work we've been doing, we're already going to be tapping into some other outside training outside of the NASRO system. So, you know, I've been working with Karen Sims, and she's going to be bringing some of that trauma-focused cognitive behavior training to the district. So any training that we do outside of NASRO, we're going to make sure that we're involving our SROs, especially in this new programming that we're wanting to incorporate for our 6th through 12th graders. So I think that is it. In terms of follow-up questions that I received, we didn't change the agreement very much. The only change in the agreement, we talked about this last time, was the combined, share of the costs with us in the city. We added in the fact that our SROs are involved in the metal detecting at the high school, and that was basically it. I mean, the agreement did not change except for the financial aspects. So at this point, I know we have action on the agenda tonight. I feel like we've addressed all the questions that have been put forward to us. I don't know what else we could provide. I'm hoping the board is ready to vote tonight. And unless you have other questions.
So, any board members, any comments or questions?
I have some questions because I was not here 2 weeks ago. I was busy vomiting. So there's not anything about the time, like job time, you know, in this contract. Like, I mean, are SROs required to be there during the entire school day and then for like 2 hours afterwards, or
so,
what kind of time on the school grounds are they supposed to commit? Because it's not in the contract.
So they get, like at the high school, he's there from 7:30, I'd say, to 3:30, 4 o'clock. They participate in all of our administrative meetings, which go until 5:30. That's not every night, but whenever they're part of our administrative cabinet spaces. So they follow the typical school day, and I think they're there for about 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after, if that is what you're looking for, that specific. They take off the same, I mean, they're not in the building when we're not there, of course. So when there are no students, they're not there. They go to the police department and do paperwork on school holidays and things like that when we're not in session, so.
One thing I wanted to point out in the contract as well, because I felt like last week when we were specifically speaking, I think about Officer Burnett more, there was a lot of conversation about sometimes him receiving or getting asked about legal advice, just kind of candidly, and it is in the contract that they should not be providing legal advice. So something to consider as how that
those interactions are playing out. And
So I think when he was referencing that, he was talking about our kids who are involved in probation, and we have a lot of our students that are on probation and they're involved in the court system, or they've been arrested outside of school, and they kind of bring that to the school and ask his opinion and what does this mean? I mean, he's shared stories with me.
I
of
get how
kids
it
bringing
happens.
that.
I just am noting that, like that, I mean, and if we want him to be able to do that, then that should be a consideration for the contract to change. Because, yeah, and again, this is, part of what we're ensuring and part of what we're trying to accommodate by making clearer measurements and metrics is that, yes, technically they are not our employee, but we're putting a lot of responsibility and faith in that if these particular SROs are not in our buildings, that we can have the same level of accountability and metrics to say, these are our expectations, this is how this works in our district, and we have to be able to set that table somehow. I mean, I know it's a gray area of like accountability and assessment and metrics for potentially not your employee, but this is a pretty high level, high stakes employee, and it just feels like we don't have guarantees that these particular officers will be with us all the time. And so I had put forward a proposal as a 1-year contract to shore up our metrics and shore up that we have those accountability measures before moving into another long-term contract.
So you mentioned the word metrics. What metrics are you looking for?
Like what you've mentioned, but we haven't done that yet, right? Like we had a 3-year period, and I think this came up often in our last conversation, so I don't want to overly reiterate it, but it was a lot of stories, which are important and part of the conversation, but lacking some of the information about, okay, we require these trainings, right? We require training specifically, inside the SRO foundation, particularly outside. How did those trainings impact student interactions? Those are questions we could be asking because we're paying money to help facilitate trainings.
Sure.
So I think there's a lot of good things that are happening that we're trying to promote within this program, but if we want to be able to ensure that happening or potentially share it with other schools, we have to have ways to do that.
I'm just gonna say.
Oh, I was gonna say, just to clarify this thing, because Laura and I were talking about this before. So section 1B4, it says SROs are not counselors. That paragraph is where it says specifically that SROs shall not provide legal advice to any school district, student, staff member, or other person associated with the school district or SRO program. So that is the statement. However, at the top, in section, just the top, where it talks about the goals of the SRO, it's like A through G. D says providing a trusted and confidential source of communication and education between the SROs and students and parents concerning law-related problems and issues they are facing. Those are contradictory. I don't know how you can have that as a goal, but then say they can't do it.
So I think we're kind of splitting hairs here. So sure, we can take out the sentence about legal advice, but I think our SROs being able to talk with the student about their probation document or something like that is something we would want them to be able to do.
Yes, so then you have to
But
fix
I wouldn't call that
legal
legal advice. I would say if a student's bringing me a paper and they have to go to court and there's language on there that they don't understand and they say, can you explain this to me? That is more so, yes, they're helping the student, they're educating them, and that is part of their role as a law enforcement officer. But I wouldn't say that is legal advice. But we can strike that sentence if that is. I don't know. I can talk to you. It would have been nice to know that ahead of time because I could have had those conversations back and forth with the city. But if that is a sentence that we need to strike out, we can do that. If we can say we're amending the agreement with that sentence removed, I'm fine with that if interim chief SROs is. Yep, push it a little harder.
There we go. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Long time listener, first time caller. Yes, if we need to make modifications to the IGA, we can do that. You know, police officers provide information all the time. And a lot of time, it really just comes down to options. You know, here's your laundry list of things that you can choose from. And it's really just trying to provide information in terms of, you know, what those options look like, as opposed to you should do this, right? That's really what a counselor does. That's not what our officers do. It's really just kind of helping navigate the waters a little bit. If there is some concern with respect to the IGA, again, we can modify it.
So I've kind of gone through and I struck that sentence.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a difference between, like you said, advice and information, right? I suspect that line is in there to indemnify the district in case.
Absolutely. That's why it's in there, for legal advice.
And here's the thing, police officers do this on the street all the time with all sorts of people. We're not attorneys. I mean, I suppose we might have we used to have at least one attorney that worked for us as a police officer, but, you know, we're not attorneys. You know, folks that we talk to are not our clients. It really is just to provide information to help people make decisions and navigate waters.
Other questions?
I just had a comment. I really appreciate the city helping us out and seeing the great need and helping us out financially with this, because this is a great need, and I really appreciate them coming to the table to sit down with us, so thank you.
Thank you. What I would say is the city is absolutely committed to this program. We've been committed to this program for nearly 3 decades. You know, we, the city, bore the financial burden for a number of years, and we believe that an IGA is appropriate moving forward.
Any further comments or questions? All right, so this is going to come up for a vote later tonight if a motion's made. Thank you. Up next is our consent agenda, included in your packet. Were the minutes for the April 19th executive session, the April 19th business meeting, the April 20th special meeting, and the May 3rd study session. There are also bills and checks for ed fund bills to the tune of 1.5 million, operation and maintenance fund bills for 188,000, transportation fund bills for 43,000, working cash bonds for 433,000, tort for 25,000, life safety levy for 4,000, payroll, salaries and benefits for 4.6 million, and Urbana Adult Ed for $124,000. Included was also a list of personnel items, and also administrative personnel items, and a resolution authorizing and directing the sale of disposal of personal property, library books at King, Yankee Ridge, UMS, and UHS. Does anybody wish to have any of these removed from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Hassanaka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Obalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes. Individual action items, we have gifts. From the Unitarian Universalist Church in Urbana donated $1,000 worth of gift cards to support the needs of unaccompanied minors. Andrew and Krista Weiss donated $20 to the Evelyn Burnett Underwood Instrumental Assistance Fund at UMS. Mark and Lori Gustafson donated $100 to Urbana High School's FFA Activity Fund, and Diane Gothill donated $100 to the Josh Gothill Award for Excellence in Music. Is there a motion to accept the gifts and send out thank yous?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12.2 is salary and benefits allocation for non-union support staff and district administrators. Any comments, Jennifer?
Yeah. So you have in front of you a memo. We are in year 3 of our negotiated contract with the UEA, and as is typically our practice, we typically align our licensed staff raise for our administrators, so there's alignment there. So our, in year 3, 2.8% is what our licensed union staff will receive, so that's the recommendation for district admin. And then for union support, we typically align, that should be, Lori, the 4.1. So non-union support and maintenance custodial staff should be receiving the 4.1%, which is what our union support staff will be getting. So that is a typo. So it should be 4.1% for FY23 to align with what the union support staff are also getting.
Right.
You have the amount, approximately what is going to be coming from the education fund and the O&M fund. And I don't know if, Angie, did you send a separate email about clerical? Very quickly. But
You need a mic.
your mic, yeah.
It was sent in the email, and I don't know if you're looking at what Katie and I are looking at, but earlier this year, we brought back a clerical committee, and that committee had not met since 2013. That was past practice for clerical staff to look at handbooks, to look at just updating job descriptions into clerical categories, and we're just trying to get them as much money as we can. And so this is what we came up with that could be financially sound for the district, and what we can do to honor our people and the work that they're doing. A 4.1% raise for clerical staff and non-certified staff, people are making that are, $13 or $14 an hour is not a great raise. And so a flat raise of $1.50 an hour for staff that are under 50,000 and $1 rate an hour for clerical staff who are over 50 is a much higher percentage raise, and then also honoring the additional years of service to be able to up them so much an hour with some coins. So that's what we are wanting to do.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further questions? All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Hasanadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes. Next up is our appointment for the 2022 IASB Delegate Assembly.
I nominate Brenda to represent us as our IASB representative.
Are
I
you willing-
second that.
You willing to accept?
Yeah, I'll accept.
Any further discussion?
Thank you for your years of service doing it, Brenda.
Thank you.
Definitely thank you. It's an important job, and we really appreciate you doing this for us. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up is our first student contract amendment. So Katie, do you have information on the first student contract?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add than was in the memo, but we were very pleased to receive a 2-year contract extension with First Student. We have a long-standing relationship with them as our transportation provider. They quoted us a 7.5% increase, which I know might sound high, but when we were starting to hear about increases for transportation in other districts, it was in the double digits across the board all throughout the state. So we were really relieved when they came back with the 7.5 and that they were willing to entertain a 2-year renewal with a 4% in the second year. So we think that gives the district some stability, and we're really glad to continue to work with them.
Any further questions, board? All right, is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Is there a
Second.
roll call, please?
Member Hasadadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes, our U of I intergovernment agreement is next.
I can speak to that one. Katie can chime in, but this was something that I've been negotiating when Carol was still here. And I know Lupe's not here either. So typically we have had a intergovernmental agreement with the U of I, and this is specifically for our Orchard Downs. We've had this for, I don't even know how many years. If Carol were here, she'd know, probably 10 or 15 years. It's always been $100,000 that they contributed for the number of Orchard Downs families that attend King School because they don't pay taxes, and it's been a long-standing thing. Well, since the pandemic, a lot of our international students cannot travel. And so the numbers at King have decreased significantly in terms of like our students that might be coming from China or from some of those other international spaces. So they've seen a huge decrease at Orchard Downs as well. So they don't have as many families there. And their costs don't change. And so they've been negotiating with us for the last year, I'd say, about adjusting this contract and the agreement, the cost in the agreement. So we agreed that because numbers have decreased significantly, that we would enter into an agreement of, instead of, we usually have a 3-year agreement, but we're only going to do a 2-year agreement and have it be at $50,000, and then in year 2 drop down to 40, and then we're going to reassess, and we're hoping that we're going to see once we're on the other side of the pandemic, that those numbers at Orchard Downs begin to increase. Because what we utilize that funding for is we pay for an ESL teacher. We pay for, that's the agreement that we have, is we pay for some of those supports at King School because those students are from Orchard Downs. So because we haven't had to pay as much staff, we only have the one ESL teacher. They felt like they were contributing more than what we were really spending, which is fair. So that is why you see the decrease for people who have been on the board for a while and know that that number used to be 100,000
or more.
I think it actually was 120 at one point, and then it dipped down to 100, and so now we're kind of cutting that in half. So
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of leverage here.
yep.
Any further questions?
I
Is there
move for approval.
is there a second?
Second.
Some agreement. Roll call, please.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes, our next intergovernmental agreement is for the school resource officer.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'll just make my last statement on the matter, so it's on the record. I just want to say one last time, as with all other important decisions this district makes, data collection and analysis are often key to determining if a program intended to impact student behavioral and academic outcomes actually works. It is inconsistent with district practice, therefore, that for something as costly and potentially consequential to student outcomes as SROs, the district has chosen to forego such research. I've not seen any sort of tested widespread data beyond the anecdotal that shows that a police presence, however benevolently intended, has a proven effect at reducing violence or increasing safety in any schools generally and in Urbana schools specifically. I will continue to ask for that information. If the board tonight votes to continue to use district dollars to fully fund 2 police officers who are in fact city employees, I will advocate that the district undertake research into finding models that provide a robust, comprehensive performance evaluation that goes beyond seeking anecdotal evidence.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I would say that, you know, the surveys for this should really be more robust and actually be filled out. You know, so to say last board meeting that we sent lots of emails and kids just don't like filling out surveys, I say, Principal Nance, if you want an SRO in your building, then you tell all your first period teachers to print out the survey and put it on the desk, and at least half of them's gonna fill it out. You know, because I don't think we do that with map testing, where we send them an email and say, hey, you know, we got map testing coming up next week, maybe you want to do it. No, you just make them do it. So, and the question about race on the survey form, every survey I've ever filled out, well, in like the last 10 years, always has an option that says, would prefer not to say. That was even the case in the dual language survey. So you could have that box very easily. So do a better job with the surveys if you want this approved in the future, you know?
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Brenda.
Member Hasnatka?
No.
Member Hall?
No.
Member Exum?
Yes.
Member Orr?
No.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes, motion passes. Sorry, lost my place. Sanitary hauling and recycling contract for 2022 through 2025. Again, Katie.
Well, Randy's not here, but we worked together on this, and we did something a little bit differently, which we hadn't seen as an example in other districts, but we did it on unit pricing. We saw with the pandemic that we were actually able to reduce some of our sanitary hauling collection services throughout the pandemic and reduce some of our costs. And so we wanted the ability to increase or decrease based on the needs at each building. So the way that we did the bid was on unit costs, but in the end, there'll just be a monthly fee. And the winner of the bid was based on just our current schedule pickups, based on the current container sizes and the schedules of the pickups. So just a little bit different than we've done before, because in the past, it's just been a bid based on the total monthly fee, but that didn't really give us a lot of flexibility. So it was kind of an interesting bid to work through. Anyway, our current sanitary hauling contractor did not produce a responsive bid, so I would actually ask if the board could actually vote to not accept that bid, to discard that bid as non-responsive. I think that that's probably something they need to do as an action, in addition to approving the responsive bidder, which will be a new contractor for us, GFL Environmental, and we're looking forward to working with them. Had a couple emails corresponding to get W-9s and things, and they seem very responsive and eager to work with us.
All right, and any questions?
I have a question. So I received an email from Mark Starr of Republic Services today, sent to the board, that outlines very nicely about why they did not have your bid response in time due to having to run it through their legal and a very short time frame for the turnaround, and then he then has the lowest bid. So I don't know if you've seen that email, but it looks like we should probably go with Republic Services based off that email, assuming that all holds out.
Well, our attorney disagrees. Robin Schwartz, Howard Metz with Robin Schwartz, strongly disagrees. They were not responsive to the bid by qualifying many of the terms and being unable to sign off on the contract because of that. So it was a standard bid contract. It was actually the exact same contract besides the unit pricing. All of the standard contract terms were the same contract they'd previously signed. So we don't really know why they needed an additional legal review, since they had no problem signing it before. The normal bid timeline is around 10 days, and we actually extended this one further. So there was really no excuse. Actually, Howard Metz at Robin Schwartz actually said if we did not reject them, we'd be opening ourselves up to a legal challenge from GFL for having accepted a bid that was non-responsive, and especially if we were to make any negotiations after their legal review that would have changed any of the contract terms according to the bid specifications, that we could have opened ourselves up to a legal challenge from GFL, because we really need to stick to our bid spec the way that it's written, which GFL did accept. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I actually had the same question. I'm glad you spelled it out. And I just would like to say that, you know, obviously we followed what our attorneys recommended and what our past practice was. I think it's just down to saying thank you for the service that we received from Republic, because it sounds like we've worked with them for 20 years. So, you know, it happens. It happened with our food services, you know, that bids change, timelines change. So I appreciate you explaining this to the public.
Yeah, and the bids were only $1,000 apart. It didn't come down to necessarily the pricing or anything. It was really just a matter of the bid specifications not being accepted.
All right. So, I mean, I was thinking logistically, we can pass a motion to accept this bid, because that's just been on our agenda, but I'm not sure what can be done to have a formal motion to not accept the other bid. Because that's not on our agenda.
That's fine. I mean, we don't have to. It's part of the recommendation.
Why don't we go take that back to attorneys then, and if we need to add that on a future addenda, we can do that at the next meeting. Okay. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Hanson-Adka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes, 12.8 is a resolution authorizing and approving a lease purchase transaction in accordance with, et cetera. Katie?
Gosh, it's past my bedtime.
Yeah.
I'll try not to take much of your time, but we're very excited to bring this proposal to you. We've had a lot of problems with our current provider for our copier leases, and lots of breakdowns, lots of complaints from all of the individual sites, as well as at the print shop as well. Maintenance has been very difficult or non-existent. And so we started investigating other alternatives, and Watts Copy Systems was approached, and they have quoted us some Kyocera equipment, which will be new and replaced throughout the district. And it's part of the state procurement contract, which is also a good thing. So the pricing for the lease is considerably less than what we were currently paying. And how do I want to say this? So in the end, it'll have a savings to the district of $38,000 on top of the amount that will be used to settle the existing lease, because we still have 9 months left in the lease. So we will still be obligated to that at this point. The way that their legal language was worded on that lease, we can't get out of it. But the pricing is competitive enough that it's still worthwhile to move forward with this bid.
Board members, any questions? Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Hanson-Adka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulaski?
Yes, there is no call for future special or executive meetings. Superintendent's report.
Don't forget to thank her when we get.
I'd like to thank Seaman for staying well past yeah, well past all of our bedtimes at this point. So thank you for starting early, for that matter.
Well, in the interest of time, as we did last week, this is fairly short. So we definitely go in and read the young people who received their seal of biliteracy and their commendations, mostly for Spanish, and we have a French, and on the next page we have some commendations for German. So these are students who are graduating from UHS, and they have determined that they have a high level of proficiency in English, as well as a second language. So this is a huge opportunity. It goes right on their transcript. And it does involve a lot of work, so we just want to recognize them. And this will be in the email that Catherine sends out tomorrow with all of their names. And then there's still students that are doing the German world language track there. So we have a couple of students who received the commendation, and then another student for the Spanish. Groundbreaking ceremony at Thomas Paine was a lot of fun. Don't those kids look cute in their hats? So that was last Thursday. Member Ogowski and Vice President Exum were able to join us. So it's been a long time coming. Staff were really excited, as were the students. It was short, but really a lot of fun. So in that picture on the left, we've got the contractors, some engineers, IGW. We had some 5th graders come up and move some dirt a little bit, and we took a lot of photos and had fun. So it was a great way to kick off the work that is really happening there that's going to happen over the summer. Michael is home studying for finals tonight, so he did not come this evening, but he was recognized in the NAACP AXO chapter for Champaign County. He received a gold medal, and he'll be representing Champaign County and Atlantic City this summer as the gold medal winner in the oratorical and speech contest for his poem that he wrote, and then he does an oratorical presentation of Optimistic. It's all about staying positive when life is throwing challenges at you. So we'll have to have him do it for us one day. It's really exciting. Physicals, the School-Based Health Center. Please don't wait until it's time for school to start to get in. They are really wanting people to get in there now. Our registration again opens May 31st. So we're encouraging families to start making those appointments for their school physicals now. This is the sheet that has all of those programs that Linda Gibbons was talking about, and Mrs. Deacon about the ESSER and the summer school program. So we've been sharing this as widely as we can. And then there are a lot of upcoming events. So hopefully you have plugged these in your calendar if you're attending all of these. If you haven't, let Lori know if you're going to be at Adult Ed graduation next week. The retiree recognition dinner, the RSVPs for that were due yesterday, I believe, on the 16th. We also need to know who's going to be a promotion, and I think Lori's trying to find robes for those of you that are going to be at graduation. So a lot going on next week, and I think that is it.
Board reports.
Oh, for you. Sorry.
You're right, thank you.
Yes, thank you. These have all been completed. Aaron Gordon, Vice Media LLC. Any emails to or from John Gutzmer from January 1, 2021 to the time of the search that mentions evolve and any of the following keywords: Chromebooks, false positives, false alarms, any reports, PowerPoint presentations, or other documents regarding the efficacy of evolve security scanners. Susan Seidner from GFL and Environmental, a copy of the current trash recycling rate. Illinois Policy Research requesting records documents showing the following information on all full-time and part-time professional staff in teaching positions or paraprofessional positions in USD 116, first name, last name.
Thank you. Sorry. Now it's time for board reports.
Super fast. Just a quick shout out to the middle school track team. They kicked some butt at the sectionals, and in particular, Arlen Orr, first in the mile and the 800, and got darn close to a 5-minute mile, which is unbelievable for a 7th grader. I mean, that's incredible. So we have a lot of kids going to state off that team. 4 individuals, a bunch of relays.
7th grade boys, 7th grade girls, 8th grade boys, all in the 4x4 will be going to state as well.
You guys have to send us that. The high school sends us stuff like that. We need, let us know. We want to brag. Yeah,
absolutely.
Brag.
That's amazing.
Yes. Absolutely. We want pictures too.
Congratulations. Go Tigers.
Great.
Were you done, Brian? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna make this quick because the hour is late, but I went to the Illinois School Board dinner down in Mattoon. I talked to our Illini Division representative, Perry Hill, and there's gonna be a lot of changes coming, hopefully for the better, to get more people involved. We're talking about having a mini conference and having different people here to speak of different interests and everything. I have the handout I could share with anybody if you're interested, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more through our emails about it, but it was very well attended. Hopefully, it'll be a change for the better, so.
That's good. Yeah, thanks, Brenda. A quick board report. How did this meeting time work for people? You want to make this kind of a permanent thing? At least for the,
Yes.
okay, at least for the next 2 meetings?
The next couple are heavy as well.
All right, so then we're going to officially move our meeting time to 6:30 for our meetings in June. Our next meeting is June 7th. All right, hearing any other further board reports? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're out of here before midnight, believe it or not.